Respected everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request our esteemed guests to rise now to offer their respect to the chief guest of today's ceremony, Sri C.P. Radhakrishnan, Honorable Governor of Telangana, Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, and Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry.
I now request our chief guest, sir, to take his seat on the dais, along with our other esteemed guests, Professor T.G. Sitharaman, Professor G.D. Sharma, sir, Professor L.S. Ganesh, sir, Professor Dr. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am, Dr. Vinay Kumar Pathak, sir, and Dr. Madhvi Garikaparthi, ma'am.
Let's all remain standing for our national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed dignitaries, esteemed members of the associations of Indian universities, and our honorable chief guest, a very good morning to you all. Today, I, Ankita Mishra,
And I, Kushagra Sharan,
from IFHE University, takes immense pleasure and honor to welcome you to the inauguration of the 98th Association of Indian University Annual Meet and National Conference of Vice Chancellors on Higher Education at 2047, organized by the Association of Indian Universities and graciously hosted by the ICFAI Foundation of Higher Education, Hyderabad. Before we move further, we also want to extend a warm welcome to our guests who have joined us online. Your presence, though virtual, is deeply appreciated and profoundly valued.
we request Professor Dr. L.S. Ganesh, Vice Chancellor, ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education, Hyderabad, and Professor Madhvi Garikaparthi, Nodal Officer, 98th Association of Indian Universities Annual Meet and National Conference of Vice Chancellors, to accompany our guests, Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan, sir, Professor T.G. Sitharam, sir, Dr. G.D. Sharma, Professor Vinay Pathak, and Dr. Pankaj Mittal, madam, to invoke the blessings of Ma Saraswati, the divine goddess of knowledge, wisdom, and learning, through the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, followed by the Saraswati Vandana.
शङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहाम् हस्ते स्फाटिकमा
Thank you, everyone. I now request Professor G.D. Sharma, sir, President, Association of Indian Universities, and Vice Chancellor, the University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, and Professor Dr. L.H. Ganesh, sir, Vice Chancellor, ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education, Hyderabad, to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan, Honorable Governor of Telangana, Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, and Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry. May we have a huge round of applause. I now request Professor Dr. L.H. Ganesh, sir, Vice Chancellor of IFHE Hyderabad, to welcome our distinguished guests, Professor T.G. Sitaram, sir, Chairman, All India Council of Technical Education, New Delhi. I request Ganesh, sir, to welcome Professor G.D. Sharma, sir, President, Association of Indian Universities, and Vice Chancellor, the University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. I request Ganesh, sir, to welcome now Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, sir, Vice President, Association of Indian Universities, and Vice Chancellor, Chhatrapati Sahuji Maharaj University, Kanpur. It is my request from Ganesh, sir, to welcome Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am, Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities. I now request Professor Madhavi Garika Parthi, madam, to welcome Professor Dr. L.H. Ganesh, sir, Vice Chancellor of ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education, Hyderabad. I request from Shantani Chakrabarti to welcome Professor Madhavi Garika Parthi, Nodal Officer, 98th Association of Indian Universities, Annual Meet and National Conference of Vice Chancellors.
Thank you, everyone. We are gathered here for the 98th Annual Meet and National Conference of Vice Chancellors on Higher Education at 2047, organized by the Association of Indian Universities, hosted by the ICFAI Foundation of Higher Education, Hyderabad. The Association of Indian University is one of the premier apex higher education institution of the country, was established in 1925. It is a research-based policy advice institution to the Government of India in the field of higher education, sports, and culture. The Association of Indian Universities is going to complete its 100 years. Some of the legends among many who served AIU as its presidents were Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, Dr. Zakir Hussain, Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, among others.
I now move on to introducing the host of this prestigious conference, the ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education, Hyderabad. The ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education is a deemed to be university established under Section 3 of the UGC Act 1956. IFHE has been accredited by NAC with A++ grade, and it is one of the largest multidisciplinary universities in the country. The university is an esteemed member of the Association of Indian Universities, AIU, and Association of Commonwealth Universities, ACU.
I would take this opportunity to introduce Professor Dr. L.S. Ganesh, Vice Chancellor, the ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education, Hyderabad. Professor L.S. Ganesh, former Professor, Department of Management Studies and Dean, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, has been appointed as the Vice Chancellor, the ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education, with effect from September 1, 2022. Professor LSG has over 3 decades of academic experience involving teaching, research, and intellectual services. International organizations such as the World Bank and the UNDP and the national level institutions and the organizations such as the MHRD, AICTE, NBA, ISRO, CII, FICCI, and MMA have utilized his expertise and services in some of their projects, programs, and events. He has served as a member of governing bodies of a premier institution of our country. I now request Professor L.S. Ganesh sir to deliver the welcome address.
Namaste and good morning to all of you. I'll begin with some interesting quotes as I welcome you. And these are, I believe, important to all of us in education. The first one is from Benjamin Franklin, and it's an extremely interesting quote. And I begin. Perhaps the history of errors of mankind, all things considered, is more valuable and interesting than that of mankind's discoveries. Truth is uniform and narrow. It constantly cries and does not seem to require so much an active energy as a passive aptitude of soul in order to encounter it. But error is endlessly diversified. It has no reality, but is the pure and simple creation of the mind that invents it. I stop my quote. This, I believe, is a very brilliant quote by Benjamin Franklin, arguably one of the finest minds that have walked this planet. I continue with 3 other very small quotes, and indulge in me for a few seconds, please. These are very interesting. I'll also share the sources with you. Losers look to competitive benchmarks rather than their own imagination for their model of success. It's a very interesting quote, that we sometimes discount the power of our imagination. The second quote, these are very small quotes. The difference between winners and losers is less their aims and more their methods or processes. The last one, incompetence explains performance differences better than competence. This is a very, very important set of quotes. Honorable Governor Radhakrishnan ji, TG Sitaramji, an old friend of mine actually, and Sharmaji, Vinayji, Pankajji, my dear colleague Madhavi, fellow vice chancellors, friends in academia, media, and all guests who have come here today. It's indeed an honor to IFHE Hyderabad to have been given this opportunity to host the 98th AIU annual conference. And it was only yesterday I learned that this is the 100th year of AIU. So this is very, very interesting. Yeah? So in terms of history, AIU seems to be senior to the country also, because we got our nation in 1947. It's very interesting. I think AIU has had a glorious innings in all these years, you know. And we hope that this conference will be a fitting tribute to all the efforts and contributions of AIU and all the people who have worked for AIU so far and who will work for AIU so far. It's indeed an honor to host all of you fellow Vice Chancellors in this city. I also mentioned that this is an honor for the city of Hyderabad also, okay, in many ways, that such a galaxy of leaders in education are here. I just want to share with you a few words and then I move so that we'll go on with the rest of the inaugural. I believe that the greatest challenge of the human creature is how do less perfect human creatures make for a more perfect world. This is the challenge of synergy in management, at least. I believe we can do that. And I think I began with the three quotes, the quotes which I did. By the way, the first one is by Professor Catherine Schulz. It's from the book called Being Wrong. Okay, it's a very interesting thing, is our inability to accept our limitations. You know, we're all so full of ourselves that we forget that we are human. We are prone to error, you know, as Benjamin Franklin said. We invent error also, but this is the truth. But are there ways in which we can join hands together and contribute to an extremely exemplary education system in India? I believe we can, provided we believe that we are human. The second one is from an interesting book called Uncommon Sense and Common Nonsense. It is by Jules Goddard and Tony Eccles. Okay? You can I'll share the books later with you, the references. But I hope the message is clear, and I wish you all a great conference. Welcome to this, and good morning. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. I would now like to introduce Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Madam, the Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, to the audience. Dr. Mittal is an eminent woman academic administrator of the country. Dr. Mittal was the founder Vice Chancellor of Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala, Sonipat. She served the University Grants Commission for more than 3 decades. Dr. Mittal received the President of India Award for Digital Initiatives in Higher Education. May we now have the privilege of hearing from Dr. Mittal.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you in this beautiful city of Hyderabad. The Honorable Governor of Telangana, Jharkhand and Pondicherry, Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan-ji. The Chairman of AICTE, All India Council for Technical Education, Professor T.G. Sitaram-ji. The President of AIU and the Vice Chancellor of USTM University Meghalaya, Professor G.D. Sharma-ji. The Vice Chancellor of ICFAI University, Professor L.S. Ganesh. I just heard him and I was thinking he was a man of literature, English literature. The Vice President of AIU and the Vice Chancellor of CSJM University Kanpur, Professor Vinay Pathak-ji. Professor Madhavi, who is the coordinator of this meet. Members of AIU Governing Council who are here. The former presidents of AIU, Dr. Ranbir Singh, Professor Suranjan Das, and Professor D.S. Chauhan are here. Distinguished chairpersons and speakers of the technical sessions, representatives of the apex bodies, esteemed vice chancellors of university from not only India but also abroad, faculty members of ICFAI who are present here, eminent dignitaries, media persons, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you to the 98th AIU General Meet and the National Conference of Vice Chancellors. And the theme is Higher Education at 2047. First of all, I would like to thank ICFAI University, especially Professor Ganesh and his entire dedicated team of faculty members, students, volunteers who have been helping all of us in organizing this conference. You know that a conference of this magnitude takes a lot of time, effort, and energy. So thanks to his dedicated team for making all the arrangements and for taking care of us and for our comfortable stay. And if there is any anywhere, I take the personal responsibility. Please forgive and please bear with us. We are grateful to Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan ji, Honorable Governor of Telangana, Jharkhand, and Puducherry, for accepting our invitation to inaugurate the 98th AIU General Body Meet and National Conference, in spite of his busy schedule, being the governor of three states. One is Telangana, Jharkhand, and Puducherry. So we know that how busy he would be. So thanks for accepting our invitation, sir. Thank you very much. As we enter the Amrit Kal and proceed towards the 100 years of Bharat's independence in 2047, we felt that the higher education institutions have a lot to contribute in the journey of the Bharat towards becoming Vishguru, towards becoming Viksit Bharat, towards becoming a developed nation. Therefore, we kept the theme of this conference as Higher Education at 2047, that how higher education should be during this journey towards Vishguru, how higher education institutions can contribute towards journey, because when we talk of demographic dividend of India, that demographic dividend lies in our universities, those young students, and the future of the nation is destined in our classrooms. So we thought higher education at 2047 would be the apt theme for this particular conference. And keeping this in mind, we held 5 conferences, which were a sort of a precursor to this main conference. And the themes were relating to research and innovation, digital literacy, how to promote digitization in the field of higher education, how to integrate Bharatiya knowledge system in the field of higher education, how to promote internationalization of higher education, and how to sort of skill our student population for the future of the work. So these were the 5 themes, but before coming to this conference, let me also tell you a little about AIU, especially the governor, sir. Sir, AIU is a 100-year-old body. It was established in 1925, and this is the largest university association of the world. So in the world, we do not have such an association. Right now, we have 1,007 universities as the members of AIU, and these members are from India as well as abroad. And not only, and the membership consists of all the universities. It consists of central universities, state universities, deemed universities, institutions of national importance, private universities, as well as 16 associate members, which are the international universities. And at AIU, we engage with, say, vice chancellors in terms of holding vice chancellors conferences. We engage with them in terms of having roundtable conferences. We engage with the faculty by holding a lot of capacity building programs for them. And for the students, we do a lot of engagement in terms of sports activities, in terms of youth festivals, sort of promoting the culture of India. We do a lot of research convention for the students in the form of Inauguration, which is now internationalized. And we also do equivalence of foreign degrees with the Indian degrees, which is a mandate given to us by the government of India. Some of the achievements in the recent past, I'm not going in detail because I know time is short. Some of the achievements in recent past are establishing a Indian network of international higher education, because most of the countries have a network for international higher education, but in India we did not have it so far. So we have prepared an Indian network for international higher education. In one of the sessions here during this conference, the session on internationalization, we will be sort of launching this internationalization of higher education network. We recently did Bharat-Nepal Higher Education Summit in Kathmandu. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Bhola Thapa, is here. And also for promoting internationalization, we have partnered with IFHE Online to provide foreign teachers to Indian universities at a very, very low cost. So there will also be a presentation about that. We have also started AIU consultancy services to help our universities in, say, NAC rating, NIRF ranking, internationalization, SDG implementation, NEP implementation, and many more areas, including University Industry Connect. We have also opened, we call it AADC, Academic and Administrative Development Centers, to train the faculty on how to use the technology, especially the AI and the related technology, in teaching, learning, research, and governance of the universities. We have recently framed a draft national policy on blended education. Again, that will be released in the inaugural session. It has been done in collaboration with SEMCA. The director, Dr. Shedrack, is also here. We have also prepared a university handbook in 4 volumes, around 5,000 pages. And many, many more things. I mean, we are doing a lot, many things in the UGC. Many releases will be done in this conference that will tell you, all of you, that what all we have been doing. And the session will comprise of 5 sessions. 5 sessions will be technical sessions. One will be on integrating Bharatiya knowledge system with the higher education. Second session will be on nurturing research and innovation ecosystem. Third will be on digital transformation in higher education. Fourth, on globalization and internationalization of higher education, and 5th session on future of work and skill development. In all these sessions, we'll be talking about what the university should be doing in all these areas to travel that journey of till 2047, so that India becomes a Vishwaguru, India becomes a Viksit Bharat, India becomes a developed nation. So once again, thank you, sir, and thanks to all the vice chancellors here who have come here from far off places to come and join this conference, and who will be deliberating a lot in the deliberations when the sessions are held. And I'm sure conference will be a huge success, and the deliberations of this conference will go as a recommendation to the Government of India, and it will find place in many policy documents of the Government of India. Thank you very much, and welcome once again. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Our next speaker is Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak. Dr. Vinay Kumar Pathak is the Vice President of the Association of Indian University and Vice Chancellor, Chhatrapati Shahuji Maharaj University, Kanpur. Professor Pathak has served before in a number of universities as a Vice Chancellor. He was instrumental in the implementation and promotion of Vedic mathematics in 1992. I now request Professor Pathak to address the gathering.
Good morning to everybody, and welcome to this conference on the 100th year of AIU. Nature has got its own coincidences, as we have heard that AIU is proud of a person who has headed AIU as Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, who is the president of the country. But today, on the 100th year, we have got another luminary, C.P. Radhakrishnan ji, to give us blessings, and I think this is a natural coincidence. And for every organization, God makes his own coincidences, these kind of things. Honorable Chairman of AICT, who's another visionary person, he is giving us the plenary lecture. Honorable President, Professor G.D. Sharma ji, Pankaj ji, Madhvi ji, and Dr. Ganesh, who is the prestigious Vice Chancellor, and the fraternity of Vice Chancellors. The Honorable Vice Chancellor of ICFAI has told that AIU is before this country. I think I have to make a correction. This country is of thousands of years. It may be correct that the country, when we got independence from Britishers in 47, the AIU was constituted before that kind of a thing. But the country has got a very bigger legacy, and I don't know how many long years we have got our civilizations in this country. I think under the guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister, in last 10 years, we stood in front of the world in a different dimensions. As a science and the mathematics student, we always say that from a Cartesian coordinate, we have moved to the spherical coordinates. Yes, it's true that we have got our first national education policy, which is more rooted in the ethos and the DNA of our civilizations. But still, it is also true to achieve that 2047 goal, what Pankaj Madam has told, is also a challenge in front of us. Because if we are trying to become more developed, I also want you to remind the famous quote of the person where the Nokia got failed, the CEO's version. It's true or not, I don't know, but it was viral on the WhatsApp. That CEO of Nokia said that we were good, we were ethical, we were working strong, but we failed. We don't fail because due to our practices, but we failed because we could not know the opposition people or the kind of people who were running with us, what was their pace. So in the world, it will be decided by contenders with what pace and with what things they are running, whether we will be able to compete or not. We are running solidly, but we have to take care of those because I think every country like South Asian country, China, US, and all other big economic peoples are also running fast in terms of technologies. I think it's a time for us to introspect and move fast with this kind of ecosystem which is given in last 10 years, at least in our lifetime with the country. Because we have to hear Dr. Sitaram sir and our honorable guest, Dr. Radhakrishnan. I come from a place where we have, where our honorable Prime Minister earlier, Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji was the alumni of our institute. So with his couplets of poem, I will just try to see that we all do hard work. And it is as that, हम पड़ाव को समझे मंजिल, लक्ष्य हुआ आंखों से ओझल, वर्तमान के मोह जाल में आने वाला कल न भुलाएं, आओ फिर से दिया जलाएं, आहुति बाकी यज्ञ अधूरा, अपने को विघ्नों ने घेरा, अंतिम जय को ब्रज बनाने, नौ दधीज हड्डियां गलाएं, आओ फिर से दिया जलाएं. Thank you very much and welcome to everybody.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening choice of words. I would request everyone to keep their mobile phones and other gadgets in silent mode, please. Thank you. I would now like to take this opportunity to introduce our next speaker, Professor G.D. Sharma, sir. Professor G.D. Sharma is the President of the Association of Indian Universities, New Delhi, and Vice Chancellor of the University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. A much acclaimed academic of the country, Professor Sharma held many important positions in the education system of India. Professor Sharma currently is the senior-most Vice Chancellor of the country. We now eagerly await the address by the President of the Association of Indian Universities, and I now request him to grace us with his words.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. Honorable Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan ji, Honorable Governor of Telangana, Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, and Honorable Governor of Puducherry, Professor T.G. Sitaram ji, Chairman of AICT, Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak ji, Vice President of AIU and Vice Chancellor of CSJM University, Kanpur, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal ji, Secretary General AIU, Professor Dr. L.S. Ganesh ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor IFHE, Dr. Madhvi ji, Coordinator from IFHE of this National Conference of AIU, Professor Ganesh Kannivaran ji, Director NEC, Professor Rajiv Kumar ji, Honorable Secretary AICT, Dr. R.C. Agrawal ji, DDG ICR, galaxy of Honorable Vice Chancellors from different universities of India and abroad, officers of AIU, officers from the government of different governments of states, especially government of Telangana, faculty members of ICFAI, invited guests, speakers, media persons, ladies and gentlemen. It is really a great honor to be here to deliver the presidential address of the AIU while it has entered in the centurion year of its establishment. AIU has been playing significant contributions in preparing research-based policies related to the need of the higher education, sports, culture, internationalization of higher education, and I am really honored to carry forward the legacy of the stalwarts of AIU like Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan ji, Dr. Zakir Hussain ji, Dr. Mudliakar ji, Dr. Shama Prasad Mukherjee ji. I humbly extend my sincere thanks to Professor L.S. Ganesh ji, Vice Chancellor of ICFAI, for the higher education deemed to be University, Hyderabad, who is kind enough to host this 98th Annual General Body Meeting, as well as the National Conference of the AIU. I also take this opportunity to mention that in last 1 year, we have been able to get a lot of support from different countries of the world who have come forward to support the AIU, where the membership has grown to 1,007. Still, some of the memberships are in the pipeline. We are holding this special national conference during Amrit Kal, which holds potential in terms of shaping higher education to meet the challenges as well as to provide opportunities in 21st century, especially how the higher education system of India, one of the largest in the world, has opportunities, and also having 1,265 universities, more than 50,000 colleges, nearly 4.3 crores of the youths, how they can be converted into a most dynamic youths making contributions in taking India to a new height in the socio-economic development. I would like to highlight the work of the sports division, where the 31st World University Games, India has achieved a significant mark, coming from 29th to 7th position and also winning maximum medal, the medal which we could not win in 60 years. Last year, 26 more medals were won. The Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, made a special mention in his Mann Ki Baat, and taking that clue, AIU has now decided that 5 zonal special coaching centers to provide international support to the sports personalities will be established by AIU to bring the internationally supporting the coaching to those youths, so that they will have new opportunities in creating their future scope and making India to the highest top. In last 1 year, especially, the internationalization of the education has been the main focus by AIU, and number of activities, number of delegations to different countries, a number of MOUs have been signed, and new portal has also been established. And from physical to digital form of the communication has been also in the process, and also the work which started about the renovation last 2 years is now almost completed. I request you all that now you can stay in the guest house of AIU, which is made functional. You can also hold your meetings in the conference complex of AIU in Delhi, which is centrally located. The details of the progress report has already been made by our Honorable Secretary General. I will just briefly give that last year we organized the Bharat-Nepal Higher Education Summit. For the first time, to take Indian education outside, first of all to neighboring countries, and give the leadership and opportunities, and also to strengthen our historic relationship, cultural aspects, and also see that both the countries can have better exchange of the students, teachers, and utilize the facilities which are available in higher education and how they can make contribution in the utilization of the resources. The university cluster pilot study has also been started by AIU. Inauguration, as Madam told, has now gone the international. The students and also the mentors can take part from different countries where they will have better opportunities to interact with the youths of India. There has been a lot of changes, particularly in the initiation of progress made towards the internationalization of the education. I will not be going into the detail. The copy of the presidential address will be available with everyone. But we have to remember that the market size of the youths in India is one of the largest. And the scope for the reach to these more than 500 million youths is about $225 billion by 2025. So India has to take, and especially the academic leaders of our country, that to identify those areas where students are going outside. Instead of going outside, they remain in country, attract the internationalization and collaboration by different kind of degree, joint degree, or training, or 1 semester abroad, 2 semesters of other country students here. So integration of the Bharatiya Gyan Parampara, that is BKS, has also been given the importance. A special conference was held in East Zone, and it has been also suggested how to incorporate following UGC regulations at both UG and PG level. Particularly, how the languages of Indian nations, different states, especially the Sanskrit, can become a driving force in converging the better understanding and also creating better flow of the knowledge for which AICT has already developed the app, and now it is possible that in any Indian language, particularly in 21 languages, simultaneous translation can be used using the technology that is AI. So digital transformation of such kind of the language as well as the education and incorporating online education platform which have been developed by SWAM portal, NAPTEL, CEC, etc., have become the part of our education system. Particularly after COVID-19, the transformation of the education under the NEP 2020 has created new opportunities. And these opportunities have been facilitated by the AIU providing the consultancy services as well as holding the conferences and also establishing academic and administrative development center. 15 universities have been given where AIU gives a seed money of 2 lakhs rupees to train the teachers, particularly in the modern pedagogy. In brief, I would like to say the future work and skill developments are the nectars for creating new ways of the pedagogy, reversing the pyramid where from intensive input to intensive output and process has to be part of the education. Particularly in last 1 year, a number of activities signing the MOU with US IFHE for online education, which can help the training of the teachers, and also history of AIU of 100 years under preparation. Following 2 books have also been published: Indian Higher Education Heritage, Implementing National Education Policy 2020, and a roadmap for achieving the Viksit Bharat. We know that more than 500 universities have already implemented NEP 2020, and we expect that in 2024, more and more universities will implement and also provide better opportunities in this globalized world to produce globally competitive world, the youth who can stand today and also get this unique opportunity in this convergence of the diverse academic leaders with shared vision for the future. Together we have a monumental opportunity to shape the landscape of Indian higher education in the years to come. Let us leverage the spirit of Amrit Kal to create an inclusive, affordable, and high-quality education system that caters in the evolving needs of the 21st century and empowers our youth to become the architect of brighter future of Viksit Bharat. With this, I just want to conclude in the words of Swami Vivekanand ji. हमें ऐसी शिक्षा करनी है जिससे चरित्र का निर्माण हो, मन की शक्ति बढ़े, बुद्धि का विकास हो और मनुष्य अपने पैर पर खड़ा हो सके. But I would like to just conclude in the word of Socrates that I cannot teach anybody anything, but I can only make youths to think. With these words, I thank each one of you for coming to this national conference and taking very, very important part, particularly in this era of the Viksit Bharat process. With this, thank you very much, and Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
The print copies of Presidential Address are available for reading. Without further ado, and with a sense of gratitude, I now introduce Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman of All India Council for Technical Education, to our audience. Professor T.G. Sitaram is the Chairman of All India Council for Technical Education, New Delhi. He was the Director of Indian Institution of Technology, Guwahati, Assam. He also held the position of Director at Central Institute of Technology, Kokrajhar, Assam, Chairman Board of Directors of IIT Guwahati, Chairman Board of Governors at CIT, Kokrajhar, and Chairman Board of Management of Northeast Regional Institute of Science and Technology, Nirjali, Arunachal Pradesh. Presently, he is the Council Member of Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. I now invite Professor Sitaram to deliver the foundation address.
Namaskar. Very good morning to all of you. Today's chief guest, His Excellency Sri C.P. Radhakrishnan ji, the Governor of Telangana, Jharkhand and Puducherry, Professor G.D. Sharma ji, President of AIU, Professor Vinay Pathak ji, Vice President, Pankaj Mittal ji, and Professor Ganesh, Vice Chancellor of ICFAI University, and all the distinguished people on the dais, off the dais, respected Vice Chancellors of different universities, delegates of this conference, ladies and gentlemen. Warm greetings to all of you. First of all, let me congratulate AIU for completing 100 years and this is the 98th AIU convention. I'm very happy to deliver the Foundation Day lecture of this August body, and I have titled my talk, Building a Future-Ready India, Vision Plan, Strategy for Technical Education during Amrit Kaal. I know the time is very little because Honorable Governor has to go somewhere, so what I have done is, I will be very brief, but I have already written this as a book. The soft copy of the book will be shared through AIU to all of you. Okay, this is about 78 pages book, so which is clearly highlighting what is the plan for technical education. So being the chairman of All India Technical Education, AICTE chairman, I would like to put in front of you, particularly all the vice chancellors. Friends, technical education plays a very crucial role in the development of India, especially when it comes to become a developed nation by 2047. The field of technical education has become increasingly important to India as a country, seeks to position itself as a global leader in innovation and technology. With the introduction of National Education Policy 2020, AICTE has taken many initiatives for the development of technical education in India with a focus on creating an ecosystem of research, innovation, and technology development, along with creation of startups, as well as entrepreneurial culture among our young youth of the nation. As you know, AICTE was a regulator from 1987 with close to 10,000 plus institutions administering each program approvals. But today, we would like to be called as facilitator than a regulator, because we would like to work with every one of the stakeholders so that we can elevate the technical education in the country. Friends, I'm very happy to tell you more than 1.3 million graduate engineers come out of India, being the largest producers of engineering graduates in the world, bigger than China. And I'm also happy to tell you these engineers are placed in every company, not just in India, all over the world. I don't think you will find a company without an Indian diaspora with an Indian degree, one of their degree from India, we will never see. Coming to research publications, we are the third largest ecosystem in the research publications, next to America and China. And we are the third largest startup ecosystem in the world with 125,000 startups, which is basically in the last eight years, we have grown from 400 to 125,000 with 125 and more unicorns generating a market capital of $4.5 billion. Out of this, 1/4 of the money flowing from outside the world to India. And this is the culture we would like to change at AICTE through our Institute Innovation Councils, where we have created 7,500 Institute Innovation Council, and also making awareness about intellectual property rights and many other such initiatives. Friends, developed India in 2047, I say it's no more a dream. It's going to be a reality. It's the time has arrived, actually. And looking at the numbers and what we have excelled, whether it is number of patents, we are again third largest in the country, in the world. And in terms of PhDs produced in the STEM areas, we are again third largest producers of doctorates in STEM areas in the world. So these numbers have not come easy. They have happened because of lot of initiation and work has happened through all of you. You see, every university and every institute has contributed to this, and today we can proudly say we are in the crossroad where we are not only going to be the third largest economy in the world in few years, but there is a greater chance that we will be the country where entire technology drivers of the world, whether it is semiconductors or 6G or any, cyber security, data science and artificial intelligence. Friends, AI has changed the way we live, and the future of work without artificial intelligence is very difficult to imagine. Friends, the job roles such as a poet, an artist, as well as a magician, these AI machines, chatbots, can do much faster than human beings. So it's really way in which it is transformed. For example, when I started at AICTE, I wanted to know what AICTE does. Because coming from IIT and Indian Institute of Science, my first question to this ChatGPT was, I just wanted to test that. And when I asked the question, it poured out about 25 pages. Then suddenly, I thought, let me be smarter than this machine. I asked this machine to write a poem about AICTE in 4 stanzas with 4 lines. Believe me, 2 seconds, a beautiful poem encompassing all the activities of AICTE was written by this machine. And I immediately asked another smart question to it, translated this to Hindi. Another less than 2 seconds, and Hindi poem also is there. So why I'm trying to tell you this, these are the skills we thought that cannot be acquired. This has to come through your genes, or your parental thing, or you have to slog for several years to become a poet and a magician. But these machines does it at a speed which you cannot believe. Soro can sketch any drawing, any photograph you give it, it can sketch in a fraction of a second. Friends, in this world, what we need to do, how to prepare our young engineers, our young graduates of the world. So we need to make them adaptable. And also we need to skill them, reskill them, upskill them. Skilling is going to be a continuous learning. So that's where our national education policy is going to play a very big role for us, wherein it has given a lot of flexibility to all of you to prepare young people for the new inventions and the new world altogether in the era of digitization. Friends, how this technical education can be placed to our advantage to the whole world. So how to unlock India's demographic potential through the technical education, that's what I'm going to focus on, and that is what my book also talks about, which I will share with you. The first and foremost is, we have done reasonably well in research and innovation through our higher educational institutions. But we need to do skilling. The skilled workforce is the critical for India. Thanks to the government, a new skill ministry, has done a phenomenal job. So we are going to have a larger public digital infrastructure on skill development initiatives as well. Skilled workforce and technical education are closely linked. The next is innovation and research. Technical education fosters innovation and research and developmental activities as well, leading to the sustained growth of developed economy. Industrial growth. If you want to look at hardcore engineering, so we need a very strong technical workforce, where right now we are serving the whole world, but we need to build that, whether it is semiconductors or advanced telecommunication or any other area. Infrastructure development. Friends, a lot of new infrastructure development is happening, and the contribution of technical education is immense again there. Entrepreneurship. If you look at the startups and the entrepreneurial activities, majority of the students who have actually created the new startups of 125,000 are the students from engineering education. So global competitiveness is there, but our engineers are ready, ladies and gentlemen. During Amrit Kaal, they are ready to serve the whole world. Whether you go to any company, any design, infrastructure, companies also, our engineers only come, even representing the multinationals. At the end, we have to also look at the sustainable development. Technical education emphasizes sustainable practices, technologies, promoting entrepreneurial ecosystem, resource efficiency, and sustainable growth of our every sector. It's very critical. So overall, what I would like to say, we are well positioned with numbers as well as quality to become the world leader, and the time has come during this Amrit Kal, India to lead the whole world and through technical education, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, I thank AIU for giving me this opportunity, for sharing some of my thoughts today. And India is a true leader as time has come, as I told you. See, 17th century belonged to the Dutch when they started sailing and conquering the entire world. 18th was British. 19th century after World War was Americans. 20th partly belonged to the Chinese. After COVID-19, it is our time. And the way we have created the public digital infrastructure, our faces and ID walking into an airport, no other country can do so boldly. I think our young people are there, and large number of young population of 500 million will make us the leader of the world. We need to only guide them in the right direction. That's all of yours and our job, and I hope that's in the right hands. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for patiently hearing. Namaskar, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. It is with utmost delight and profound honor that we extend our warmest welcome to Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan, sir, esteemed Honorable Governor of Telangana, revered Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, and distinguished Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry. We are deeply privileged by your esteemed presence amongst us today.
I touch and salute the holy feet of Bharata Mata, the most powerful and the most merciful. We are standing at the 100th year, the 98th annual meeting of All India Universities, and AIU is giving the edge for discussion, for exchange of our views, to know the innovative thoughts of others. That is a great opportunity, and I'm sure this 3-day conference is going to be the most successful one when India is moving towards Viksit Bharat 2047. On this day, the great dignitaries who are sharing the dais with me, Sriman Professor G.D. Sharma ji, President of AIU, and Professor D.G. Sitaram, Chairman of AICTE, and Sriman Professor Dr. L.S. Ganesh ji, VC, the ICFAI University for Higher Education, and Professor Vinay Kumar Patak, Vice President of AIU, Professor Madhavi Garika Pati, Nodal Officer for AIU 98th National Conference of VCs, and Dr. Mrs. Bangaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, distinguished VCs representing the various universities across the nation, academicians and guests. Yeah, very good morning to each and every one of you. First and foremost, I humbly pay my respect and salute to all the people who are sitting here. Why I am saying that? You are the people who are going to create the knowledge-based human power for India. With a great pleasure, I stand before you at the 98th annual meeting of the Association of Indian Universities, an institution deeply intertwined with our nation's history and poised to celebrate its centenary celebrations. I commend the AIU for its long-lasting commitment to the academic excellence, as demonstrated by its distinguished past presidents and its continued relevance in today's world. Today, we gather to discuss the future of higher education, a crucial pillar in the development of our nation, as we reflect on India's rich heritage of learning and innovation. We must also look ahead to the challenges and the opportunities that lie before us. The next 25 years leading to the centenary of our independence present a unique opportunity for India to achieve unprecedented growth and development. With the booming economy, a burgeoning startup ecosystem, and a renewed focus on research and innovation, we are well positioned to reclaim our status as a global leader. The celebrations of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, that is the 75th anniversary of the Indian independence, culminated with a significant resolution of the Government of India. This resolution demarcates the period between 75 years and 100 years of celebrations of Indian independence. Yes, Amrit Kal. Amrit Kal is the term coined by the government to mark the 25 years till 2047, when India will celebrate its century of freedom. It is the government's roadmap for the next 25 years to ensure that India enters into the centenary year as a developed country, that is Viksit Bharat. However, this journey towards progress is not without its obstacles. Any journey will be with obstacles. If there is no obstacles, you don't feel you are going ahead. As we strive to build a Viksit Bharat, we must address the pressing need for the skill development and the integration of Bharatiya knowledge system into our education system. I was told that there will be discussions on significant topics like integrating Bharatiya knowledge system, BKS, with the higher education, nurturing the research and innovation ecosystem, and the digital transformation in higher education, globalization and internationalization of our higher education. Today, the whole world is called a global village. So you can't stop the competition. The only way how we can overcome the competition is that we have to equip ourselves to face the competition and to win the competition. The future of our work and skill development. The Indian knowledge system offers invaluable insights and practices that can contribute significantly to sustainable development in today's world. Rooted in the millennia-old wisdom, this system has always emphasized the interconnectedness of all life forms and the importance of living in harmony with nature. I am happy that there is a session on integrating the Bharatiya knowledge system with higher education in this conference. Integrating Bharatiya knowledge into education, students gain a global perspective that acknowledges the interconnectedness of cultures and civilizations and modern and ancient sciences. as we embrace the digital age and to seek the internationalization of our higher education institutions, we must ensure that our universities uphold the highest standards of academic excellence and provide equitable access to education for all. No development will be called as development unless it is an inclusive development. It must include the entire society. There should not be anybody left out. I am confident that through collaborative efforts and innovative thinking, we can overcome these challenges and chart a course towards a higher future, to a brighter future. Let us draw inspirations from Swami Vivekananda's words and work tirelessly until our goals are realized. We all know all our students' efficiency being measured by the marks, how much he is scoring against 100. Nobody will welcome if you score 0 against 100. But sometimes 0 against 100 is also highly valuable and highly respectable. What I want you all to score 0, that all our universities should be 0 drugs. All our universities should be 0 corruption. Why I am telling this? When we are molding the youngsters, they should be free from all these things. When a youngster is getting molded up, if he is having the inherited character in him, the discipline in him, the chances of creating the future leaders is very much possible, and you are the people. You are the people who can create the future leaders. So we have to design our activity of our all universities in such a way that gives enormous chance for getting the knowledge, for getting the enthusiasm, for getting how to get the results in the right way. No shortcut methods. We should develop the human power to walk on the straight line. That will be the greatest achievement of us. As we all know that our missile man, great scientist, Abdul Kalam ji, after his retirement, he has not gone anywhere. He has gone straight to the Anna University campus of Chennai. Why he has gone to that university, I asked him. His simple answer was, I never want to stop learning. So these are the great people who always inspires the society. I will tell you one more thing. All the great quotations are valuable. All the great quotations are great. But unless otherwise the great quotations inspire somebody so that the youngsters become an inspired leader of the future, there is no use of these great quotations. So my humble request to all of you that Viksit Bharat by 2047 is possible only when you create the most enthusiastic, inspired youngsters with the talent. I conclude with a couple penned by the legendary Saint Thiruvalluvar from his timeless work, the Thirukural, Thottanai Thoorum Manarkeni, Mandarakku Katranai Thoorum Arivu, which means in sandy soil, when deep you dwell, you reach the springs below. The more you learn, the freer streams of wisdom will flow. The more you learn, the freer streams of wisdom flow. That is what is required today for the youngsters, and we must be an instrument for the youngsters to get these freer streams of wisdom flow. Let us all strive for the flow of these streams of wisdom in all the future generations to create a Vinyan Bharat. And I thank you for the AIU to share my views with you on this day, 100 years, when an earlier speaker was telling our great scholar, a great personality, the Dr. Radhakrishnan. That time he was the president of this AIU, and today another Radhakrishnan is standing here. That, that is, really I am telling you, you cannot compare the two Radhakrishnans, that is different. I am not comparing myself with our great scholar, but I will tell you one thing what my father told to me. When I born in 1957, the great scholar Radhakrishnan was the President of India, and that inspires my father to put the name for me as Radhakrishnan. That is the greatness of him. So, with these words, I am concluding my speech. Thank you all. Jai Telangana, Jai Jharkhand, Jai Pondicherry, and Jai Bharat. India is going to be the... Today we are the 5th largest economy, but the days are very nearer that we are going to be the 3rd largest economy. And from that, by 2047, I am sure that we are going to be the 1st largest economy of the world, #1 economy of the world. With these words, I conclude my speech. Thank you. Dhanabad.
I request Honorable Governor Chief Guest of our function to release the book, Realizing Sustainable Goals Through Higher Education Institution. The book is edited by Dr. Pankaj Mittal and co-edited by Dr. Sisla Rama Devi Pani. This book is first of its kind, covering a range of articles on the status of implementation of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The book is written by 78 authors from academia, government, industries, UNESCO, and various other fields. I would like to invite Dr. S. Ramadevi to join the release.
Now I would request the Honorable Governor, Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan sir, to release the special issue of University News on higher education at 2047. University News, a weekly journal of higher education brought out by the Association of Indian Universities, is the only journal catering to the Indian higher education system for the last 93 years. Dr. Rama Devi Pani is the editor of University News for the last 23 years. I now request to release the draft of the National Policy on Blended Learning. This is a joint effort of AIU and the Commonwealth Education Media Center for Asia. Realizing the importance accorded to the concept of blended learning in the National Education Policy 2020 and the benefits blended learning approaches offers to the learners, The Association of Indian Universities and the Commonwealth Education Media Center for Asia collaborated to bring out a draft national policy on blended learning. I request Dr. B. Shadrach, Director, Commonwealth Education Media Center for Asia, to join us for the release. As we release the draft policy, both AIU and SIMCA believe that the policy would be an enabler and transformative steer towards achieving the goals of National Education Policy 2020. Last in the series of releases is the University's Handbook. The University's Handbook is one of the unique publications of AIU. It contains comprehensive information on different aspects of all the universities of the country. It is a biennial publication by AIU. I request the Honorable Governor to release the University Handbook.
Thank you, dignitaries. Now, I invite Professor Madhvi Garakaparthi, Associate Professor, IFHE, and Nodal Officer, AIU, to 98th Annual Meet and National Conference of Vice Chancellor 2024, to propose the votes of thanks.
There is a small change. I would request G.D. Sharma sir and Professor L.S. Ganesh sir to felicitate our chief guest, Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan sir, the Honorable Governors, by offering him a memento. I request Dr. Pankaj Mittal ma'am and Professor Pathak sir to facilitate Honorable Governor on behalf of AIU. I request G.G. Sharma sir and Professor L.S. Ganesh sir to felicitate T.G. Sitaram sir, our guest of honor today. I now invite Dr. Madhvi Garikaparthi ma'am.
I would like to invite Dr. Pankaj Mittal ma'am to felicitate all our guests on the dais.
Good morning, everyone. This is the last part. Just bear with us for just a couple of minutes. I feel honored and privileged to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of Association of Indian Universities and ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the chief guest, Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan, Honorable Governor of Telangana, Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, and Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry for agreeing to inaugurate 98th Annual Meet, AIU Annual Meet and National Conference of Vice Chancellors hosted by ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education and for sharing his valuable insights. Thank you, sir. We extend our sincere thanks to Professor T.G. Sitaram, Honorable Chairman, AICTE, for his insightful words. Thank you, sir. I earnestly thank Professor G.D. Sharma, Honorable President, AIU, and Vice Chancellor, USTM Meghalaya, for delivering the presidential address. Thank you, sir. I thank Shri Vinay Kumar Pathak, Honorable Vice President, AIU, and Vice Chancellor, CSTM University, Kanpur, for sharing his thoughts. Thank you, sir. Heartfelt thanks to Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal for enlightening us and being a guiding force throughout this conference. Thank you, madam. My sincere thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor L.S. Ganesh, for his support and his thoughtfulness throughout. Thank you, sir. We are grateful to Srimati N. Shobarani SSV Garu, Chairperson ICFAI Group, for her kind presence. Thank you, ma'am. We are thankful to Shri V.R. Shankara Garu, President of ICFAI Group and Board of Governors of the ICFAI Society, for his constant support and his presence today. Thank you, sir. We extend our emphatic thanks to Professor J. Mahinda Reddy Garu, former Vice Chancellor, IFHE, and distinguished advisor to ICFAI Society, for being the guiding spirit throughout this. Thank you, sir. We extend our sincere thanks to all the earlier presidents of AIU who have graced this occasion and the governing council members of AIU. Thank you. We extend our sincere thanks to Professor Ganesh Kanirbaran, Director, NAC, Bangalore, Dr. Rajiv Kumar, Member Secretary, AICTE, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, Deputy Director General, ICAR, New Delhi, for joining us here today. Thank you, sirs. We look forward for your valuable insights during the rest of the conference. Special thanks to Dr. Alok Mishra, Dr. Ramadevi, Mr. Vijayendra Kumar, and the team of AIU who have been constantly guiding us for hosting this conference. I also take this opportunity to thank various illustrious academic leaders of the country, vice chancellors from various national and international universities joining us in person and online. Special thanks to all the vice chancellors of ICFAI Group for joining us here on this special occasion. Special thanks to Board of Management members and other special invitees of ICFAI Group. Thank you, everyone. I also take this opportunity to thank all the directors and principal of IFHE. Special thanks to the branding team, press and media for covering the event and for continuing support. The conference of this scale cannot be put forward without the support of every single stakeholder. Special thanks to the entire IFHE admission team in campus and in headquarters for their untiring support. Last but not the least, thanks to all the scholars, students, and everyone in this endeavor to host the conference. We wish the distinguished vice chancellors and dignitaries in this august gathering a stimulating 2.5 days of sessions. Thank you, everyone. Namaste.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone to be seated as Governor Sir will be here for the group photo. The photo shoot will be after the national anthem. So I request everyone to stand up for the national anthem.
Jana Gana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchala Jaladhi शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मागे, गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे।
Ladies and gentlemen, we request everyone to be seated. We request everyone to be seated. Honorable Governor Sir will be joining with the dignitaries for the photo shoot.
I request all of our esteemed guests to join us for tea break on the ground floor. I request everyone to join us for a small tea break. I request our esteemed guests to join us for tea break, and the technical session with the heads of the apex bodies will take place at 12. I request all of our esteemed guests to assemble after the tea break. I request our esteemed guests to assemble for the technical session with the heads of apex bodies, which is scheduled at 12.
Hello.
for student recruitment and enrollment, Merito empowers education organizations across the globe to attract, engage, recruit, and enroll students effectively.
On average, we power 1 billion student engagements, process 100 million student inquiries, manage 5 million applications, and process over 2,500 crore in fee payments on average every year. With this, Merito becomes the de facto choice known for setting the standard when it comes to student recruitment and enrollment. Specializing intensively in the educational field, our ecosystem operating system for student recruitment and enrollment, Merito, empowers education organizations across the globe to attract, engage, recruit, and enroll students effectively. On average, we power 1 billion student engagements, process 100 million student inquiries, manage 5 million applications, and process over 2,500 crore in fee payments on average every year. With this, Merito becomes the de facto choice known for setting the standard when it comes to student recruitment and enrollment.
to attract, engage, recruit, and enroll students effectively. On average, we power 1 billion student engagements, process 100 million student inquiries, manage 5 million applications, and process over 2,500 crore in fee payments on average every year. With this, Merito becomes the de facto choice known for setting the standard when it comes to student recruitment and enrollment. Specializing intensively in the educational field, our ecosystem of purpose-built, extensive, powerful solutions for education organization eases the entire student recruitment and enrollment process. From a unified enrollment cloud for all your teams to work as one, where the sales, counseling, marketing, admissions, or finance, to an education CRM that is everything you need to recruit students smarter, better, and faster in one single place. Merito is the one-stop solution you have been looking for. And if you weren't, maybe you should now. Trusted by the biggest names in the education industry to grow student enrollments, we put scalability at the forefront, provide dedicated training and migration support, and are rated top choice by first-hand users. So, If you're looking to know more about how we can equip you to grow your enrollments, visit www.merido.com and schedule a call with one of our enrollment experts today. The operating system for student recruitment and enrollment, Merido, empowers education organizations across the globe to attract, engage, recruit, and enroll students effectively. On average, we power 1 billion student engagements,
process 100 million student inquiries, manage 5 million applications.
क्या दिख रहा है? क्या चीज दिख रहा है? अभी वेरी गुड थैंक
The purpose of this session is also to enable the officers of apex bodies to communicate their views and information about their respective bodies to the Vice Chancellors. Each speaker will talk about the latest developments, schemes, policies of their organization and put up their expectation from the Vice Chancellors. Vice Chancellor also raise their queries and give their suggestions for each apex body respectively. Now, I would like to invite Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak ji, Dr. Pankaj Mittal ji, Professor Ganesan Karnibiran ji, and Professor Rajiv Kumar ji to take the stage for the interface with the officers of the apex body session. So please, ma'am, please. We would also like to welcome Dr. Seema Jaggi ma'am, who is joining the session virtually. We request our volunteers to escort the dignitaries. Now, we would like to
we would request Rama Devi ma'am on the stage to welcome our eminent guests. A big round of applause. Thank you, Rama ma'am, for doing the honors. We take pride to introduce our eminent guests for the session. The session will be chaired by Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, Vice President, AIU and VC, CSGM, Kanpur. Dr. Vinay Kumar Pathak is the Vice President of the Association of Universities and Vice Chancellor, Chhatrapati Shahuji Maharaj University, Kanpur. Earlier, he served as Vice Chancellor of Uttarakhand Open University, Haldwani, Vardhaman Mahavir Kota Open University, Rajasthan, and APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Uttar Pradesh, as Vice Chancellor. He also served Harcourt Butler Technical University, Kanpur, Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti Language University, Lucknow, Rajasthan Technical University, Kota, and Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Agra, as Vice Chancellor in additional charge. An eminent professor of computer science, Professor Pathak, worked in Media Lab Asia and implementation and promotion of Vedic mathematics in 1992.
This session will be co-chaired by Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, AIU. Dr. Mittal was a founder Vice Chancellor of Bhagat Phul Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur, Kalan, Sonipat, an eminent woman academic administrator of the country. She served the University Grant Commission for more than 3 decades. Dr. Mittal received various awards and honors, including a Fulbright Nehru Scholarship Grant for Educational Administrators, the President of India Award for Digital Initiatives in Higher Education, Honorary Doctorate from Karnataka State Women's University, Bijapur. First Padma Shri Subhashini Devi Award, Queen Pro Gold Standard Award for Leadership in Education, among others. Ma'am, we are privileged to have you among us today.
The distinguished speakers of the session are Professor Ganesan Kannabiran, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bangalore, Karnataka. Professor Ganesan Kannabiran is the Director of National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bangalore. A senior professor of management, Professor Kannabiran served as the Director in charge at National Institute of Technology, Tiruchirappalli earlier. He has spearheaded the launch of 2 industry-oriented specializations in IT consulting and business analytics. He has, to his credit, about 50 research papers through international journals and conferences. Dr. Kannabiran received Emerald Indian Management Research Fund Award 2016 for research on university business incubators in India and the UK. He also received the Best Teacher in Information Technology Management, Bloomberg UTV B School Excellence Awards, and the Best Teacher Award from National Institute of Technology, Tiruchirappalli.
Professor Rajiv Kumar, Member Secretary, All India Council of Technical Education, New Delhi. He holds an ME in Computer Technology and Application from Delhi College of Engineering. Sir also has a PhD from IIT Delhi. In 1990, he joined DCR University of Science and Technology, Haryana. His areas of research interests are mathematical computing, software engineering, and image processing. Professor Kumar is also the author of numerous research papers in national and international journals of repute and presented papers in India and abroad. Sir, we are really privileged to have you here among us.
We welcome Dr. Seema Jaggi, who is joining us virtually in this session. Dr. Seema Jaggi is currently serving as the Assistant General in the Agricultural Education Division of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research since April 2021. Her outstanding contributions have been recognized with numerous awards and honors, including the ICAR Punjab Rao Desmukh Outstanding Woman Scientist Award 2017, ICAR Bharat Ratna, Dr. C. Subramaniam Award for Outstanding Teachers 2013, INSA 2015, IARI Best Teacher Award 2002, ICAR Lal Bahadur Shastri Young Scientist Award 99-2000, ICAS Professor P.V. Sukatme Gold Medal Award 2012, ICAS Young Scientist Award 1995, and SP Dhal Distinguished Publication Award in Statistics by the Society for Advancement of Human and Nature 2015. Dr. Jaggi's research areas encompass agricultural statistics, design of experiments, statistical computing, and agricultural education. We are very privileged to have our eminent dignitaries on the stage.
Now, I would like to have a small announcement. So, due to the paucity of time, all the Vice Chancellors may not get the equal opportunity to put up their viewpoint. So, we shall be distributing our recommendation sheet, and we would request all of you to kindly write your recommendation on the sheet, and you may hand it over to the rapporteur's desks, or our volunteers will carry you in person. So, we'll really appreciate, sir, and madam, your understanding. Thank you so much.
Now, we request you, sir, to kindly chair the session.
I am chairman of this session for last 1 year because our Secretary General puts me in this session only. But I believe that such eminent personalities on the dais and off the dais, AIU, we have seen for the first time. I welcome on this session our Honorable Chairman, AICT, Dr. Sitaramji, our friend and new person who's changing NAC, Dr. Ganesh Karnivaran ji, Dr. Rajiv ji and Seema ji, and my colleague Pankaj Mittal ji. I think this is the session when we have got so eminent people in this session, so I will not be in between. What I will request, first Rajiv sir, then Dr. Karnivaran sir, and then Seema madam. And we want that they should speak for 6 to 7, 8, 9 minutes. And just all of you should get more time for the interaction. So if you have got questions, please write on a paper so that we can have and so that they can reply while interacting with all the questions. Some of you can also ask questions. So I will request my eminent colleague, Rajiv ji, who is the member secretary, visionary person, doing very hard work for AICT, brought very new initiatives in last so many years, and especially in this kind of environment where Dr. Sitaram sir has come and bringing so many new initiatives. So he will tell about the AICT, especially for this time, BBA and BCA courses are also accredited by AICT. So AICT is expanding its wings and feathers. I will request Rajiv to speak and interact with the Honorable Vice Chancellors.
Thank you, Pathak ji. Distinguished Vice Chancellors, Honorable Chairman, AICT, who is also here. You all know that recently AICT, under the leadership of Honorable Chairman Professor T.G. Sitaram ji, we have taken large number of initiatives, not one or two, whether it is ease of doing business, bringing transparency in the system, simplifying the processes, adding new courses, curriculum development, making skilling as an integral part of the higher education system, particularly technical education system, whether it is working professionals, giving autonomy to the institutions. So large number of initiatives have been taken by the AICT in last 1 year. Whether it is cap on the number of seats of the technical courses, but when all such decisions were taken, one thing was in our mind that we should expect our universities and institutions to transparently come out all the information on their website, follow all the norms and standards of the AICT in respect to the technical courses. And in case of any complaint, we will definitely address that issue, and if the complaint is found to be correct, we will take strict action as per our approval process handbook against the institution. Recently, our approval process, still it is going on. Those who are running technical programs, they might be aware that how simple is that, how simple is to address the expert visit committee, scrutiny committee, all these committees, all these forms, they have been simplified, and colleges which previously used to take 2 or 3 months, now we are addressing these things in few days. So this is the simplification of the process. And on the other hand, we are taking the views of our stakeholders. We are addressing that issues. We are implementing the good suggestions given by our stakeholders in our policies also. As far as working professionals issue is concerned, now industry people, they can enter in the mainstream education. Now there is no part-time or no evening courses. All courses, they are the regular courses. Now in technical education, there are 2 modes of imparting knowledge. One is face-to-face, or another is ODL or online. So even for the working professionals, those who are attending in the classes in the evening, regular degrees awarded to all these students. Even institutions, those who want to run skill courses, we are facilitating them. We are working with the Ministry of Skills. Credits are allowed to be counted towards their degree. We are facilitating our institution by connecting them to various industrial bodies, whether it is skill courses or whether it is internship. So all such initiatives we are taking, and to take the national policies forward, we have recently started at given more emphasis on the thrust areas like VLSI, 5G, advanced communication technologies, and logistics. So these 3-4 areas, they were the thrust areas of the Government of India, and we have created large amount of capacity in the country in these areas in our institutions. So with all these, we have tried to implement each and everything which is the requirement of the nation today, and how we can work with our institution as a team to give best to our country as far as technical education is concerned. Thank you.
So, can we have questions? Interactions. One important thing which I want to augment with Rajiv ji is that because I headed 6 years in the technical education, and in last 1 year we have slogged really for engineering colleges to get all these benefits. So thanks to the leader of the chairman, Sitaram ji and Rajiv ji, to get these colleges which are affiliated colleges, because there was a hard competition with the universities, getting new seats, all other kind of things, whatever the kind of new things which has the colleges got, to change the seats, to change the number of branches, to have no cap. So these are all things which has happened in last 1 year or 8 months, was a great kind of a thing, especially with the new year. So questions are welcome. If you want, you can ask. Any volunteer to give mics, please? We need volunteers to give mics, please. Can you have 2 mics? There are mics, please. So you can have, we can have. Yes, please. Our Honorable AICT Chairman is also here, so you can also give views, so he can also listen. Yes, please. So he is asking that whether the universities have to take mandatory the ICT approval for running the college. This is your question, right?
For Vice Chancellors 2019. आप क्या दे रहे हो?
Professor, we have never said that universities, they need to take AICT approval for running technical programs. We never said, and the first line in our approval process handbook is that universities need not to take AICT approval. If they want to take benefit of the some of the AICT's scheme, they need to take AICT approval. Only universities means only deemed to be universities need to take AICT approval.
Sir, I'm not talking about deemed to be universities. They are covered under Section 3. I'm talking about the universities which have been established by an act.
I think, sir, your question is replied. I think your question is replied.
Yeah.
You need not to have that.
Yeah, but please control the media
Sir,
as
want
well.
to say something.
Control media? So that is not, that is the AI. Nobody can control.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Yes, myself, Professor Sanjeev Sonavane, Vice Chancellor of Yeshwantrao Chavan, Maharashtra Open University. I want clear guidelines and clarification from NCT regarding the ODL courses and technical courses. Our Vice Chairman is also represented 2 times the Vice Chancellor of Open University. So regarding this, because our student had gone to move to the court and they win the case, because we are running the courses in a hybrid mode, and they have also internship and equal syllabus. But AICTE still does not approve us to conduct online courses.
Can
Thank
I
you,
answer?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I will answer both the questions. First of all, this is the Supreme Court order for the private universities not to be controlled or given approval by AICTE. It is not our decision. So we will not do that unless Supreme Court tells us to do it, okay? Number one. Number two, regarding ODL, please read the circular properly from UGC chairman. UGC has taken responsibility because if I start giving you ODL, you have to take my approval for all courses in your university. That will be too expensive for you, as well as because I don't give partial approval for any institution. Okay? We do not give any partial approval. So what I have told clearly, UGC chairman, I wrote a letter to him and he has given a clear distinction that they will handle the ODL till, maybe HECI will come and all these things will change. So wait for that. So right now, AICT will not give permission for ODL courses from private and state universities, right? Also.
May
Hello,
I just...
I have very small
yeah.
query. So this is Professor Shashi Kumar Dhiman, Himachal Pradesh Technical University, Himachal.
Chairman sir.
So it's a very
May
small
I request
interjection.
you also to come. Chairman sir, you please also come because it's not good.
So Rajiv ji,
Sir.
so one of my affiliating institution, colleges, approached to AICT for approval for BTech in CSE program, and AICT allotted them BSc Artificial Intelligence, BTech Artificial Intelligence and Data Science, but they are more interested in CSE only. So I think why this thing is happening. You have scheme to give only the BTech program in emerging
I got
area.
your question. I got your question.
Yeah, it's a very small. So you just
We are considering all such cases. We gave approval to the institution on their own request that they want to run these courses. We have given that approval. Now they want to change that name. We are allowing it, and we are considering that request. We got that request from Himachal Pradesh.
Yeah.
We are considering it, and soon you will get the. This work will be over.
And also, I would like to add to that. Please wait. We have made a committee to look at all the nomenclatures. Okay. Soon we are going to crash the nomenclatures. Please watch out. You cannot be having hundreds of nomenclature, and if you want, you have computer science in bracket anything you want. So we are going to come with that. There is please listen to me fully. Okay, I have already constituted a committee. Expert committee is looking at it. They are going to come with. They already had 2 meetings, and they were going to come with recommendations. We will definitely put that for public consultation. That means we are not going to immediately issue the order. We are going to put that for your comments, suggestions. That time you please react. Even if you have not noticed, this time our approval process was put 1.5 months on the portal for all your comments and suggestions and all comments. More than 1,000 people have asked questions, and we have considered all of them, discussed, deliberated, and final book was released in the month of December. And this is the first time AICTE has taken a public consultations and then also advanced the entire process of approval process by 2 months. Otherwise, we would have starting sometime in March, end in May. But this time, by April 30th, all our approval process will be completed. And I'm very glad to tell you that so far we have issued 7,000 plus engineering and management institutions already extension of approval and new institutions approval, and 4,000 plus BBA, BCA institutions approval are already sent. Okay? So, and also it is mandatory except private state universities and public universities. For all of them, it is mandatory to get the approval for the technical courses, including BBA, BCA, and BMS from AICTE. It is because you have to also understand, it is not for we come and give you inspection Raj is over. We want you to have a model curriculum. We have already finalized. Professor Anu Lathar, as chairman, has already given a curriculum framework. She is also a vice chancellor of B.R. Ambedkar Institute University in Delhi, and they have made a already detailed curriculum which is going to be released. And we are also starting teachers training through our Atal Academy. We are going to ask the textbook writing in all these languages, in all these courses, and also we'll translate those books into 13 different languages. And in addition to that, we have already announced 5,000 scholarship for BBA, BCA, BMS, girl students, needy girl students. And similarly, many other facilities are going to come for all the other technical courses. This is done with a lot of discussion and a lot of input from very senior vice chancellors and directors of the institutions. And we feel that these BBA, BCA, BMS has to be brought under for quality check. And I also would like to all of you to understand, AICT is a norm-setting body, standard-setting body, not your administration and your all other process will remain as it is. Whatever you are doing, whether you are affiliated to some ex-university, your degrees are still will be given from them only. Okay? Because AICT doesn't talk about, except for diploma and PG diploma, we are not the agency to look at the degree awarding procedures. I think all of you know that very well. So this is what I would like to say and stop here, take next question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
You want to ask?
This is Professor Rajan Velukar, the Vice Chancellor of Atlas Skill Tech University in Mumbai. And I was former Vice Chancellor of University of Mumbai, Yashwantrao Chavan Maharashtra Open University, and 2 other universities. So I have 2 questions come suggestions. To the question which has been asked by that side and the answer given by AICT officer. Say you have said that universities need not take permission from AICT. That is true. We also know it. But while answering, you have said that if you don't come to us, then you will lose the schemes of AICT to that particular university. I think you need to correct this for the simple reason why the Supreme Court has given a decision in favor of the private universities. You need to understand the reason is because the universities follows the procedures laid down by the universities. And that is the reason, main reason why they have given permission. That means they had faith in the university system and therefore they have given that particular order. And therefore I think, and my request is, if you correct that and don't write that on your website if you have written, that would be better for all the universities. That is number 1. Number 2, since the question he has raised of open universities, say if I need to teach programming through distance education. Now this is the issue which has to be resolved by UGC and all other apex bodies together. And as an AIU member, I say that the world has moved much, much ahead in digital platforms. And
sir, please restrict, if you
Yeah,
don't mind.
I'm asking a
Restrict your
question.
question and we'll try to answer. Otherwise, it's going to be never ending.
No, I'm asking a question. When the world has moved so much ahead in digital technology and its learning processes and delivery, why are you not allowing the open universities established by the state governments to do some programs? You're not allowing.
Who is not allowing? I think
UGC and the AICT.
No, I think UGC also, you please read the circular. UGC has very clearly said they will be the nodal agency for approval. You can approach them. They will definitely give it for you.
No, they don't give.
Anyway,
some of the programs have been closed down.
So coming to your point of we should remove the notice. Please understand, any benefits what we are giving, whether it is scholarships, whether it is, except the government funded scholarship, the rest of the research promotion scheme scholarships and research promotion projects, teaching and learning courses, FDPs are all funded by AICTE funds only. That funds comes from the members like the universities and you who have paid for that. So it is only for the members. Please understand that. If you don't want to be a member, we are not forcing you. But If you are a member, those facilities are available to you because we do not have any funds coming from the ministry to distribute that. For example, your PG scholarship, that is coming from the ministry, which we will give it to everybody, irrespective of whether you are affiliated, approved or not. Okay? There are some scholarships which comes from the government of India, that is no discrimination is made. But if it is funds from AICTE, then it is only generated money from the members of the AICTE, which will only be given to them. Thank you.
So I think, so last question. And if you have got any other questions and suggestions, so you please put, because we have to go through and complete this session. And Chairman sir is there also in the lunch. Yes.
Because of the notification of AICTE that they have to take the approval of the AICTE. Now their point is they have to take the approval of AICTE. They have to take the affiliation from university. And they are not in a position to do that.
You are not informed. Let me tell you. Go and get informed yourself. Why I am telling you is, for the second largest number of institutions who have taken approval for BBA, BCA courses from Karnataka.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Second, then what are you telling me? So,
but I know,
and I also
have representations from so many colleges.
Let me complete. See, again, I'm repeating to all the vice chancellors. Please understand, inspection Raj is over. We are not going to come at you. It is only for the benefit of the students to have a common curriculum, better material. That also, let me tell you, we are giving you a lot of flexibility to you. We are only developing a model curriculum. We are not saying you follow this. We are developing a model curriculum. Internship is going to be mandatory. So internship students will go through. We will connect you to 75,000 companies who are there in our AICTE internship portal. And we have a portal for placement, which will, all our students are also eligible. If you don't want those benefits for you, but we cannot give you a choice because this is as per the Act of AICTE 1987. All the engineering and management comes under one topic. See, when we were doing MBA, MCA for the last, how many years? 20?
Since 87.
87, say. I think, this is a very essential because large number of students are actually entering our MBA, MCA through BBA and BCA. And quality has to be, see, we are a standard setting body. Again, I will repeat, we are only quality setting standard body. So we want to institute these measures. I will tell you, this will bring a good culture. Please have patience and follow this. And there is no bureaucracy. We have given as planned, 4,000 approvals are already handed over back to you, as and where basis. As and where basis. So there is not going to be any problem for any of the institution. If there is any problem or if somebody is asking you something, please write to me directly. We will answer and solve your problem.
I think thank you, and let me invite the other speaker. I know there will be much more questions from him because NAC is also changing, and the person who's trying to change or person who's having this leadership at this juncture is Professor Ganesh Karniveran, especially a person from our discipline like computer science. I request him, there will be a lot of questions about NAC. There were a lot of issues about the NAC which he is trying to solve. I will request him to please address and please ask specific questions so that we can compile. He will be also here. So if you have got any other suggestions, you can please write. Professor Ganesh Karniveran.
Okay. First of all, good afternoon to all of you. I thank Madam Pankaj Mittal and Professor Vinay Pathak, also Professor L.S. Ganesh, who is my mentor. Mostly I don't go out for meetings. I also skipped some of the AIU regional conferences because we were in the process of making change and we were not very clear about how the whole thing is going to evolve. Therefore, I avoided, but since Madam was repeatedly saying that there are 500 vice chancellors to be assembling here, they will get a lot of insights. Therefore, I agreed to come. And all of you know that some of you in the audience are executive committee members are here, and we had formed committees for various disciplines. Some of them are here. You can also talk to them how we are doing this process. And so I'll stop here and let you, Vice Chancellors, ask questions and give a lot of suggestions to improve the system.
Dr. Kanivaran has asked, he has gone straight to Q&A session, right? Question and answer session.
I have a question and a suggestion. I am Professor Mahendra Reddy, former Vice Chancellor of ICFAI University in Hyderabad. Sir, the question is, you have switched over to accreditation and not by model, accreditation not accredited. You see, now the only two variables are there. What I am saying is, those universities which have got A++, only 3-4 months, 6 months back, they have validity up to 2027. They can go on till 27 by submitting AQAR every year and don't have to come to this 3-year criteria of bimodal. The second suggestion I have is, you have got 3-way classification by NAC in the NEP, research universities, teaching universities, and degree awarding colleges. As against Radhakrishnan's Commission report, there is 7-way classification by criteria, 2-way classification by age, and in addition, there is a 5-way classification, excellent, interdisciplinary and excellent. 4, 3, 2, 1. We wanted to simplify, but this is getting more complicated. Can you clarify? Thank you, sir.
Okay. There are two questions. The first question is about the validity of the grades that an university or institution has already got. So it is obviously common sense that if you are accredited about 2 months ago and you have a valid, possibly a good grade in the A category.
Valid for 5 years. Yeah.
Yeah, valid for 5 years. So it's very obvious that you will continue, but we will make a policy decision and soon we will communicate. It is most likely that you will be allowed to continue the grade.
Assurance for that, yeah.
Okay. But then what is going to happen is, please sir, please sit. What is going to happen is, we are also going to launch the levels, meaning those institutions which are either accredited through binary system or through the existing RIF methodology have to move to levels. After 1 year or so, when the levels are introduced and there are a sizable number of institutions getting into levels, and the stakeholders, whether it is the potential students or the good faculty that you want to attract, all of them will be looking at the levels rather than the grades. So therefore, we are going to say that we will allow you to continue with the grades, but probably we will encourage you to move to the levels as soon as possible. Okay. The second question is about the binary versus the levels. Although Dr. Radhakrishnan committee has set various categories of institutions, at the initial stage that we are looking at institutions which are of research focus and teaching focus, and those institutions which are located in rural and remote areas. And obviously we want to give a thrust to those institutions. So the methodology, the binary methodology that we are going to launch will have special focus on those areas. Okay. But however, in the levels when it comes, those finer classification of combinations of universities or the varieties of university will be taken care of. No, that will never happen, because the graded accreditation that we have got now and what we are going to launch is completely different. There will be no scope for equating grades to levels. No. Sir, there are no grades 1, 2, 3, 4. It's only levels. Please, sir, all of you please understand, there are no 2 accreditations. It's only 1 accreditation, binary accreditation. And those institutions are accredited under a binary system will or shall opt for levels. Okay? or those institutions are already accredited, having valid grades, may also opt for levels. So there is no leveled accreditation. It is only accreditation, accredited institutions placed in those levels.
Sir, my name is Professor Anand Deshpande. I am the Vice Chancellor of Bagalkot University. Of course, I did ask this question in one of the earlier sessions also. The point is when the accreditation is granted by NAC, the opinion of the university should also get the weightage. Because in my earlier assignment with the Technology University, I came across with a couple of situations wherein we were not prepared to give the affiliation also, but such institutes got wonderful grades. So somewhere, the opinion of the university should be included in the assessment, some weightage, or something has to be done for that reason. This is my suggestion.
Okay. Sir, this is a very complex system. You have a 2F, 12B, there are so many other things. We are looking at an institution in isolation, okay, and they are catering to a teaching learning process and research and other related activities. We want to look at them in isolation and grade them. It was also suggested in one of the earlier meetings that the number of colleges with high grades affiliated to a particular university should be given credit to the university. I mean, something like that. So as of now, we are looking at institution in isolation. Okay. Now, there are colleges which are autonomous colleges or affiliated colleges better rated in our current system than the university. There are cases where the colleges are rated very high level, but the university has not even come for accreditation. Okay. So when the university has not come for accreditation, and I don't think it's right to say that the university will have a say on the college which is getting accredited.
No, sir. We are speaking about the affiliation, the normal affiliation. We see so many shortcomings into their system when our LIC team or local inquiry committee goes to the
But I'm sure, sir, as much as know that we don't accredit a college which is not having proper affiliation. Okay, we are not doing that. And there are certain cases where the affiliation gets delayed. They submit certain documents to the university for affiliation, it gets delayed. There also we agree that if they have applied for affiliation or increase in intake or new programs, we'll still accredit those colleges. Okay, so it's a policy decision yet to be made, but somewhere till end of May or sometime in May, until we launch the new scheme, the existing methodology is available for you to apply. Okay, and we are not going to stop, within 5 days, 10 days, or anything like that. There will be a sufficient window of time available for you to use the present methodology for your accreditation.
Sir, this is Professor Khan, VC, Apex Professional Institute, Pasighat, Arunachal Pradesh. Sir, in your previous NAC accreditation, we had qualitative and quantitative assessments. Now you remove the PTV, peer team visits, and giving more scope to quantitative. Previous was a very holistic assessment. So removing the qualitative, keeping only quantitative, some doubt rises up to what extent it will be holistic evaluation or assessment. Please kindly take it up. Thank you.
I don't think it is the right time to talk about it. The recommendations are given, the government has approved, we are now looking at implementation. I don't think it's the right time to take up that point. But however, I just prefer to give my own opinion. There are 2-3 perspectives to it. Firstly, that the methodology itself has weaknesses, what you call as the RF methodology itself, because we realize now that the quantitative measurement is more relatively precise and more accurate than the qualitative assessment. And today, we have appointed an expert committee to look at the reports of the peer team visits. And although I don't want to share here, but the reports written, particularly cases where we have done the first visit and revisits, when you start comparing these reports, and it is just going out of your imagination and how people are writing reports. And that's one. The second is, when you compare the quantitative and quality scales, always there is a problem. And we now realize, at least personally I realize, that the quantitative assessment is much better than the qualitative assessment, particularly in the context of binary. There is every chance that the peer team visits will be there for the levels and not for binary. But then we also have a provision which is likely to be accepted, that there will be online visits as AICT is doing and UGC is doing for certain cases. We may have online visits wherever it is required. Therefore, the point that the absence of qualitative assessment will be, is it okay? I think it's okay. Government has accepted it, and we will go through this.
So any other questions, please? Yes, ma'am. Mic दीजिए मैम को, please.
I am Professor Ved Kumari, National Law University, Odisha Vice Chancellor. I have this clarification that once we shift from grades to levels, whether the kind of information we are presently acquiring and compiling, will that still be relevant, or it will be now different criteria and different? So then whatever we are filling up presently in our AQR, etc., all that will go waste.
Okay, so there are two questions that you have asked. One is about the methodology itself. Okay. As per our preliminary discussions and understanding, the methodology is going to be different. I'll tell you a few features of the methodology. Firstly, there will be a pre-qualifier, okay, for a particular university to apply for a level. Second, the manual, what we call as manual, which consists of the metrics and the SOPs, for difference, it will be different for different levels of those accreditation. Thirdly, the process through which we evaluate will also be different for different levels. And in case we have committees, peer team teams visiting, the committees will be different of different levels for different levels of 1 to 5. Okay. So, for example, if you are looking at level 5, which is global institutions of excellence for research and education, that we call it. Now, for that, you can think of a committee which has awarded IOE, Institution of Eminence, and such committees are likely to assess the institution. And also that there is a clear difference in terms of composition of members of such committees. There is a plan to induct industry people who having academic linkages, maybe someone with 15 to 20 years of experience, has got a PhD and continue to do research and engage with academic institutions. We also want to have experts from abroad for evaluating those level 5 institutions. So is the case with other level of institutions. Okay. The second part of the question is about the data that you have. It obviously is an asset, that the data that you have collected about your institution, the data that we have about thousands of institutions that with us, will continue to help us in analyzing and understanding how to set the cutoffs, benchmarks, and what kind of metrics, measurement items that we need to use. All that will be useful for us. So as long as you continue either binary or the graded current levels, you will be asked to submit the annual quality assurance reports. And that will be used in a way. When the AQRs were introduced, the idea was that if you are accredited 5 years, and the 5 AQRs will automatically be taken as the SSR, and you don't need to submit any data. That's how it was conceived. But unfortunately, for so many reasons, from your side and from NAC side also maybe, that we didn't really made use of that opportunity. So the binary accreditation, for example, if it is given for X number of years, and the validity may be extended if you are able to prove that you have been consistently improving on those key parameters. Okay. Hope I have answered your question, madam.
Yes.
If I may just ask a supplementary to this one, we had our assessment done last year, and we're not happy with the assessment, so we wanted to do it after a year. So then, whether we'll be able to do that, or we'll have to now just shift to the levels and not grades, because if we want to improve our grade, that option is not going to be there anymore.
Actually, I'm talking for institutions. If I want to go for a reassessment, there is only one reason, that you are not, filled the data properly for some reason. There are universities, you form an IQAC cell and put some people to do that, and it's about their ability to collect all that and put it together to the NAC, right? If they have not done it, or maybe because the peer team visit did not happen properly and you are not able to present the achievements of the institution, and you, by some chance, you got a lesser grade than the grade that you deserve, you go for reassessment. Okay. But it is up to you now, given the overall context, where the current system is going to go away and you have a limited time to really try and do it. It all depends on your current level of achievements in terms of the grades that you have and the level at which you have improved from the last assessment to the current assessment. So there is no prescriptive answer to this question, but then there are a lot of variables for you to make a decision on that.
So we will take last two questions, one from him and other from last question.
I have to ask one question.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir. This is S.V. Kota Reddy, Vice Chancellor, VIT AP University. When the new format is going to come, that is number one question. The second question is, first we have to get the binary accreditation, and then only we have to go for levels. That is, I'm just asking you, that is the second one. And what is the time frame between this binary accreditation and then levels? What would be the time frame? Correct. Immediately we can go, or we have to wait? That I would like to
I think Professor Kanivir, and let 2-3 people more ask so that you can reply.
Yeah, I think my question is related to this one only.
Yes.
It's good that you are opening up. I don't know, still you have for the new accreditation policy, it's open for any changes. But what I just wanted to tell is, apart from the time, that's, my fellow Vice Chancellor has asked, is there a possibility of a university applying for a particular level, or is it open to all levels when it applies for level accreditation? Thank you.
Your question, please, sir.
Sir, one more point actually. How many criteria would be there in the new format?
Okay.
Yes. So I'll take these two questions together.
Yes.
The first question, part of the first question is about when are we going to launch? Okay. So we have already given a press release. Okay. We said before end of May, we will formally announce the binary. And current plan is to launch the levels before December. There may be some delays, but definitely it will happen in that quarter. Okay, meaning in that plus or minus 1 or 2 months it will happen, the levels. The second question that you asked is about the metrics, basically the metrics. See, we are looking at, the challenge today is that we have 45,000 colleges. And today we have accredited 9,000 colleges, out of which about only 6,000 colleges have valid grades. Net to net, 6,000 colleges out of 45,000 colleges. Okay. So what have we achieved in the last 5 years or so is really 20% or less than 20% is really insignificant. Point number one. Point number two is, there are so many institutions, for various reasons, they are not coming forward for accreditation. Okay, it is maybe due to the fear that will I get a lower grade? What happens? The Vice Chancellor will be questioned, the Dean will be questioned, everybody will be questioned, the grade goes down. Or the students will not prefer your institutions. So institutions are really worried. There is an anxiety among the institutions whether I will get this grade. So we want to kill the grade business. Thirdly, there are situations where in the same district or same locality, college A has got a grade which it doesn't deserve. The college, other college thinks, if I go for accreditation, if I don't get a grade of that, the other institution, what will I tell my stakeholders? So there are so many challenges. Therefore, the single most solution to the whole problem is to introduce binary. I think if you ask me personally as an academic, one of the best decisions of a Modi ji government is NEP followed by these reforms. Because having served for 6 months in NAC, I have understood what goes wrong rather than what goes right. Okay, so therefore, it is very important for all of us collectively look at how we improve the whole system. And many of you are going as assessors, many of you have participated in the discussions. It is now very important for us to do a zero base and look at how collectively all of us can improve the system. Okay, second?
Yes, one question, sir. I am Vice Chancellor of Tilkamanji Bhagalpur University. I want to put one question. Is it mandatory to have approval from AICT for running MBA course in the university or not?
Sir, it's question to you.
For a university, it's not needed.
May I ask the question, please? Yeah. I am Professor Viswas, Vice Chancellor of Jagaran Lecture University. How do you perceive our NAC accreditation in the context of international accreditation like AACSB or EQUIS? AACSB or EQUIS, because many times there are colleges. So,
I got your question.
Because internationally we have to also do well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. See, India is very large. I mean, higher education is very large, complex, and we have a lot of variability among our institutions. There are institutions which are located in aspirational districts, do not have any facilities, do not have access to good faculty, good resources. And on the other hand, you have colleges doing very well. Okay. And therefore, the countries that we are looking at, any country for that matter, there is a lot of homogeneity in their system. Therefore, they are able to bring in an accreditation system and which very well works for them. But unfortunately, those accreditation systems will not work for India. So point number one. Point number two is, globally, 95% of the countries use binary for your information. They don't have grades, except a few countries.
Yes.
The only difference is that when they use binary, they set a very high threshold level, meaning that if you are accredited, it conveys everything in terms of your processes, systems, outcomes, whatever you call about it. But today, within 4 walls, if you look at putting such higher threshold levels for accreditation, even those institutions which are accredited somewhere in B+ or something will not cross the bar. Therefore, we need to do what is required for India. This is the Bharatiya way of doing things and Bharatiya requirement. Therefore, there is no way that we can compare the best practices of the rest of the world. But I'm telling you, when we introduce binary and when you transition those binary accredited institutions to the levels, these maturity-based graded levels is actually very unique. It combines a little bit of the best practices from the other countries, and also it helps our institutions to gradually grow and become the top institutions of the world, which is the order of the day, which is the requirement today.
Yeah. I wholeheartedly agree with you, sir. But at the same time, we also have to think about the world as a competitive world. We have globally also we have to position ourselves with our accreditation and with the other accreditation. That is my only.
Just to add, sir, today we are talking about we are the 5th largest economy and we want to become the 3rd largest economy. And if you look at the number of institutions in the global ranking are very few. And when you become top 100, and let's say a few years from now or 5 years from now, and it is very important that if you take 100 top institutions, 30% of institutions should be from India. Are we really there? So there should be a mechanism through which we sort of move these institutions systematically to become the top institutions of the world. I think the levels, in a way, will help you to achieve that.
Yes, you have not given our answer. Please.
Okay, there is no clarity
I want
in that
to ask
particular
from
aspect.
AICT chairman,
But what is very clear is you need to apply for definitely apply for a level, and there will be a pre-qualifier. The pre-qualifier will tell you, oh, you will not be there, but you will be somewhere here, you apply for these levels. Something like that is what is being discussed.
You have not given my answer.
Oh, sorry, please ask a
Yes,
question.
I am Vice Chancellor of Tilka Manjhi Bhagalpur University, Bihar. Actually, my department is running MBA program for last 10 years. And I want to ask whether the approval from AICT is mandatory for running MBA course in the university or not, because as per court verdict of Supreme Court 2013, it is not compulsory, sir.
Yeah, just I am clarifying
so may
it.
you clarify it?
If the institute is affiliated institute to the university, AICT approval is required. If it is constituent college or department
No,
of the...
it is running in the university campus.
It is a constituent college or department, then it
No,
is
no,
not required.
university, not college, not department.
It is
It is the MBA program under our university.
It is university program. It is not necessary to take AICT approval. We have clarified it several times.
So thank you for this kind of questions. I think we will move to the next person. Professor Kaniviran is also available for some time on lunch, so all of you can also ask questions. So, Madam, are you visible? Madam is on the screen. I will request you, ma'am, to just do like Professor Kaniviran sir has asked. You can just brief for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and then people can ask questions. That will be much beneficial for everybody, and we have to wind up also, because
Sir,
it's already 1:15.
Sir, I have one small question.
From whom?
This is Dr. Bokare from Gondwana University, Gadchiroli.
Yes, please.
Yeah. I have one small question for NAC. Sir, you have rightly mentioned about the universities in the aspirational district. And I am highly thankful to you that you have mentioned that. And you have rightly said that the universities in the aspirational districts have different mandate as compared to the universities in the metropolitan cities. But still, both these universities are ranked on the basis of the same criteria and on the basis of the same mandate. I would like to reconsider this.
Okay. So basically, whatever I am saying is provisional, because the formal approvals have to come. So what we are doing is, those of you who are already in the accreditation process will know there is something called best practices in one of the metrics that you had, best practices metrics. And we are just extending the logic, same logic. We are going to ask, what is unique? Okay, I earlier said we have a spectrum. There are institutions which are above ordinary. They can create unique impacts in their community, in their location. But there are equally universities on the left end of the spectrum which are struggling to even come to a level of minimum threshold. So what happens is we are now looking at a particular metric or particular space for accommodating this variability. The first is what we call as situatedness. Okay, there are universities located in rural areas, aspirational district, northeast in particular. They have limitations, inherent limitations in achieving it. And we would like to see how those are really limiting them and how much we can help in the process by accommodating some other achievements in that place. On the other hand, we are looking at uniqueness which are leading to impact in their context. For example, if a particular university or an institution is supporting a marginalized community, or in fact, Chairman Sir was talking about JSS Academy in Mysore, which is helping thousands of dumb and deaf children and trying to provide education to them. So you, either in the outcomes or in the process, if you are able to make something unique and it has got an impact and it has an opportunity for rest of the institutions to learn from it there, that will also be captured. So therefore, we are looking at other ways and means of accommodating this variability. And you all know that some of our friends are here, that we are looking at the manual for law university that we had is different from a manual for a general university. Now we are going to have only one manual now, binary. Only one manual for across the board for all the disciplines. But still, there are experts from the disciplines trying to tell us, sorry, it won't work. For example, what we do in our arts and science, commerce universities and a law university is going to be different. So therefore, we are going to tweak the metrics a little bit to accommodate that variability. But please be aware that there will be going to be only one manual for binary accreditation.
Sir, unfortunately what happens, the uniqueness of the universities in the aspirational districts and the mandate they are serving, it is not rightly recognized by the assessors who come for the visit.
Unfortunately, there are no PhD visits.
We are thankful to you that you have now abandoned the visits. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, just finish this question. There are no PhD visits in binary, so you don't need to worry about it. For all the achievements of the university, irrespective of any area, you will only submit data. It will be assessed only based on data that you submit.
But then you should not do away with the qualitative data, because there are a lot of many things which can be assessed on the basis of qualitative analysis of the data.
Yeah, this is an ongoing debate, sir. I think by and large we have defined metrics and right size of metrics, number of metrics today, which will capture the essentials required for binary accreditation. When it comes to levels, yes, we need to discuss.
So thank you, Professor Kanivaran, sir, for just such a good question answer session. I think, Madam, Seema Madam, you just brief in 2 minutes and then we can ask questions, so that will be more beneficial for agriculture universities. Seema Madam.
Yes, thank you so much. I don't know how to brief in 2 minutes, but I had some presentation with me. So just want to highlight about the agricultural higher education and what ICR is doing in this regard with respect to the initiatives taken, the strategies and the planning which we are doing. You all know about the Indian Council of Agriculture Research. We are involved in research, education and extension related to various agricultural and allied subjects. And with the help of 113 institutes spread across the country, and there are many Krishi Vigyan Kendras. And besides this, we have a good network of agricultural universities. As you can see, we have total 77 a good network of these all agricultural universities and spread across the country, which includes our 4 ICR deemed universities. Then we have veterinary universities, horticulture, and then we have fisheries universities. And we offer courses about 80 PhD programs, we offer the courses, and then 81 PG programs and 12 UG degree programs. And every year we conduct this exam, the entrance examination for our 20% seats in UG, like we do it in NEET and others. The same way for the central quota, we do it for 30% for the masters and PhD program. And this is just to reduce the academic inbreeding into the universities. Otherwise, the universities, they are all state universities and they are admitting the students on their own. The 20% seats and the 30% seats are going from the ICR based on the national level examination. These are the 12 UG disciplines which we have. I would like to highlight here that in 2017, our UG program, that is BSc of all these disciplines, was declared as a professional degree. And from the last year onwards, we have joined COET, the Common University Entrance Test, which is conducted by the National Testing Agency for our UG admissions. However, for our PG and PhD, we have our separate examination being conducted by NTA. We offer a large number of scholarships to our students to UG, PG as well as PhD. Like in PhD, we have JRF, SRF. Same way we have in UG and PG, we provide national talent scholarships to the students. And over the years, I'm happy to share that the number of students are increasing, which are coming towards the agriculture side. You can see the trend. The current year, we have large number of seats as well as the large number, more about 5 lakh students appeared for the UG examination for the 12 degree programs. And for the quality education, we have our own board, which is National Agricultural Education Accreditation Board, which accreditates all the agricultural universities and agricultural colleges. And all these details are provided with this online system. And we have already developed a model act. And all the universities, they follow that model act, which gives the guidelines for opening the colleges. And the distinguishing feature of our course curriculum, this is very important, that we have a very uniform course curriculum. All the 77 agriculture university, ICR has the responsibility of developing this course, and all the all the agriculture universities, they follow those course curriculum with a flexibility of about 20%, which they can make changes as per their regional subjects and regional requirements. We already have our UG program is like the NEP says that it should be a 4 years program. Our UG program has already been since beginning, it is a 4 years program. The NEP stresses about the skill development of the student. We already have that built in our course curriculum. We have a student ready program. Ready is our Rural Entrepreneurship Awareness Development Yojana. This was launched by our Honorable Prime Minister in 2016. So every student in their last year, they have to undergo that skill development and that student ready program. We have an Industry Connect, same in the last year. The last year of the UG program is completely on the practical exposure, on the Industry Connect, on skill development. These are some of the experiential learning programs which are offered by different universities. And we also provide, during that student ready program, we offer students some stipend to help them because they go to the different villages and they stay there. So just a support, financial support to those students. This is just a snapshot of the various experiential learning and skill development programs. We do offer international fellowships to our students to go overseas and do the PhD. This is only for the PhD programs. This I'm showing here where our students are going outside. And also we support the overseas students to come to India in different agricultural universities to undertake their PhD program. Now, as per the NEP 2020, which was launched in July 2020, immediately we formed a committee, and the committee brought out a document, which is here, Implementation Strategy for National Education Policy in Agriculture Education. And the timeline has been given in that by this date, what we need to do. And based on this, the report was submitted in 2021, and we developed a committee for the UG. That is mainly our Dean's Committee, which is working on it, and it has already finalized the entire course curriculum. It has reoriented some things. Most of the things were already there. It is only the reorientation has been done, and the report is in the final stage. From the coming academic year, we are going to implement that final report based on in alignment with the National Education Policy 2020. These are some of the implementation strategies which we are doing. It includes all multiple exit, entry, certificate course, diploma course, all that are built in our new report which is being finalized. Then the NEP also talks about the use of technology. So when we talk about that, we are also supporting that component. And we have already developed the digital infrastructure, the digital content, the digital capacity building programs. We have a very big national education, higher education project under which we have really provided support to most of the universities to develop the infrastructure. When we talk about the agripreneurship also, number of startups have been started by some of our students from different universities. And we also have a system of cultivating agri-innovation and entrepreneurship. As you can see, I have highlighted some of them. Like one is in the Pabani, the Kamdhenu universities. They have already started it. And our focus is to start these incubation centers in the other universities also. We have a digital repository for all the students. All the students of MSc and PhD, they deposit their entire thesis into this repository, which is called as Krishi Kosh. And for all the students across the universities, we do provide them this facility of e-resources in agriculture. It has so many, we subscribe many journals, and it is free of cost to all the universities. They are taking advantage of it. They can download the material 24/7. It is available online. Yes. And this is for the holistic of the students.
Can we conclude?
Yes, just half minute. Okay, I'll just hurry.
Yes.
So this is the digital infrastructure which we have developed. We have developed virtual classrooms, virtual reality and e-learning material in most of the universities, and they are making use of this all. We have also developed a platform of blended learning where you can integrate the online and offline teaching programs. So I think the roadmap for our Amrit Kal is, since the theme of this particular is higher education at the rate 2047. So our roadmap is the mainstreaming agricultural curriculum in schools, and then mainstreaming private universities. A number of private universities are coming up with the agriculture subject. So we want to bring them into the mainstream. We want to bring a network of all the agricultural universities, more vocational courses. We have to work on agri-tourism, the service-oriented models, the eco-tourism, the agripreneurs. This is the need of the hour as on today. So these are just snapshots how we are integrating the agriculture education into the school level.
Thank you very much. And I will request now Pankaj Mittal Madam to speak 2 minutes.
Thank you so much.
And then we can
Thank you for
conclude the
giving this
session because
opportunity.
lunch is waiting for us. Right. Hello, hello.
So thank you very much. I must thank the AICT, Professor Chairman himself is here, and the Member Secretary both are here, and the Director of NAC, Dr. Ganesh Kanibran, and Seema Jaggi from ICFAI. This session basically we are holding for you people only, because there are many queries from the regulatory bodies, and if the universities are not able to meet them regularly, those queries remain in their brain or mind or heart only. So we have specially kept this session to help our universities that whatever you want to ask, and then this session is not the end of it. All the experts will be available during the lunch time, during the tea time. So any query you have, you can be asking them so that it is resolved. So thank you very much, Dr. Vinay Pathak, sir, the Vice President of AIU, who is chairing the session, and all the experts here and all the Vice Chancellors who had made it a very, very engaging session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So thank you. Let us close this session, please.
We now request Professor Venugopal Rao, Director, ICFAI Business School, to kindly come forward for the felicitations. Professor Ganesan Kannabiran. Professor Ganesan Kannabiran. Professor Rajiv Kumar. Professor T.G. Sitaram. Professor Pankaj Mittal. Professor Pankaj Mittal and Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak. Sir, kindly wait. Sir, kindly wait. Sir, please wait. We now request Professor Vinay Pathak and Dr. Pankaj Mittal to felicitate Professor Ganesan Kannabiran and Professor Rajiv Kumar. Seema ma'am, kindly accept our virtual felicitation. With warm gratitude, we shall be sending you the memento for this session.
As we have come to the end of the session, on behalf of AIU and IFHE, I would like to thank the chairperson of this session, Vinay sir, co-chair Pankaj ma'am, and all the distinguished speakers, Ganesan sir, Rajiv Kumar sir, and Seema Jaggi ma'am for their invaluable time and insight. I would like to also thank our esteemed sponsors of this event. They are Careers 360, D2L, Merito, and Pragati Offset. We are really thank and appreciate your support. I would like to request everyone to kindly join at the lunch, followed by the next session on international collaboration and partnership at 2:30 p.m. sharp. Thank you so much. Hello, hello, yeah. Professor Kunal? Kunal sir, are you there? Sagal? Okay, yes sir. And?
A very good afternoon to all of you. Before we begin, I would like our guests and speakers for this session to receive the floral welcome. And I would like to welcome Professor Bhaumik. Professor Bhaumik, to the dais. Please, sir, join us. Professor May Reddy. Professor May Reddy. Professor Thapa. Professor Sehgal. Professor Sehgal. And Shri Aditya Malkani, Regional Director, Asia Pacific at the Association of Commonwealth Universities. With a huge round of applause, I would like to welcome all of our guests for this session. I would like to invite Dr. Madhvi Garkaparthi ma'am for the floral welcome to our guests. The Association of Indian Universities, AIU, as we all know, is one of the premier institutions of the country working for the cause of higher education since its inception in 1925. Some of the main objectives of the association are to serve as an inter-university organization, to act as a liaison between universities and the governments, to act as the representative of universities of India, and to assist universities in obtaining recognition for their degrees, diplomas, and examinations from other universities, Indians as well as foreign. To help universities to maintain their autonomous character, coordination, and mutual consultation. The AIU also act as the representative of the universities of India. The AIU organizes an interface session with international delegates in its Vice Chancellors meet to discuss issues with international delegates. The session aims to enable delegates to communicate their views and information about their respective bodies to Vice Chancellors. Speakers discuss their organization's latest developments, schemes, and policies, while Vice Chancellors raise queries and provide suggestions for each apex body. Issues related to cross-border education are discussed, and possible collaboration and memorandum of understandings are worked out.
I would now like to announce the chair of the session, Mr. Colin Riordan, Secretary General and CEO, the Association of Commonwealth Universities, London. Professor Colin Riordan was the former president and the vice chancellor of Cardiff University, UK. Before joining Cardiff University, he worked as a vice chancellor of the University of Essex, UK, having been appointed in 2007. He has published widely on post-war German literature and culture, including writing and editing books on the writers Jurex Becker, Wu Johnson, and Peter Snyder. His other research interests include the history of environmental ideas in German culture. Mr. Riordan will be joining us in a virtual mode. I would now request the eminent speaker for the session to take. Okay. So Professor Bola Thapa, he will be the co-chair of the session, the Vice Chancellor, Kathmandu University, Dhulikhel, Nepal. He is also a professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Kathmandu University. Professor Thapa served the education sector of Nepal in different capacities, such as head, dean, registrar, to name a few.
Our next speaker for this session is Professor Ami Bhomik, who is the founding Vice Chancellor, Lincoln University College, Petaling Jaya, Malaysia. Dr. Bhomik has been the Executive Vice President of the International Education Consulting Group, St. Louis, USA, since 1999. Dr. Ami Bhomik was a Research Fellow of UNESCO, Paris. During this tenure, Dr. Bhomik has traveled extensively to Europe, Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Next, we have Professor Kunal Sehgal, Director, International Markets and Affairs. Professor Kunal Sehgal brings several years of international strategy consulting and corporate finance experience across Asia, North America, and Europe, having worked with major players in the financial service sector by offering solutions in M&A and foreign direct investment. His research interests include valuation techniques, financial due diligence, and organizational strategy.
We welcome Ms. Sujana Reddy Mayreddy, USIEF's Regional Officer, Hyderabad. Sujana Mayreddy has extensive experience of working in the field of education, both in the higher education and K-12 segment. Over the years, she has helped build and manage various communities, networks, and relationships that help sustain and meet the business goals effectively. In the past, she worked in the Indian School of Business, Deloitte and Tucker, and the World Trade Organization.
I would now like to welcome Mr. Adit Malkani. Mr. Malkani is Regional Director, Membership, Asia Pacific at Association of Commonwealth Universities and is the Senior Representative for the ACU in the region. Mr. Adit has responsibility for developing ACU's regional work, building presence and engagement across the Commonwealth in pursuit of a range of organizational objectives. He is responsible for the delivery of the regional engagement pillar of the membership strategy, supported by a globally located regional engagement team. He is based in India, where the ACU has membership of 100 plus universities. Prior to joining the ACU, Mr. Adit was Indian country head for Kings. I would now like to request the audience to welcome our speakers who will be joining us today in distant mode. First, we have Dr. Katya Lash, Director, DARD Online. Dr. Katya Lash is responsible for the German Center for Research and Innovation, New Delhi's strategic management. She is responsible for the coordination and strategic development of DARD activities in India, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. Katya Lash holds a doctorate in history and is also qualified in business administration. Then we have Dr. Liu Lixin, President, Asian University Sports Federation. Dr. Liu Lixin was elected as the President of the Asian University Sports Federation at their General Assembly in Dubai in May 2023. Finally, we have Ms. Laura Yan, Vice Secretary General, Asian Universities Sport Federation. I would request my speakers and the co-chair of the session to begin with the session. And I also request to follow the 5-minute timeline for this session. Thank you.
There we are. So I think I may now begin. Could I just have an indication that you can hear me? Good, okay. Thank you very much indeed. As you've heard, thank you very much for those kind introductions. As you've heard, my name's Professor Colin Reardon, and I'm the Secretary General of the Association of Commonwealth Universities, about which you've also just heard. I was a Vice-Chancellor myself for 16 years, as the introduction indicated, and for more than half of that time, I was the international lead for Universities UK, which is the UK counterpart of the Association of Indian Universities. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to be here today. I'm very grateful to Professor G.D. Sharma, the President of the AIU, and Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, who's the Vice President and incoming President, and of course, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, the Secretary General of the AIU. I'm grateful to all of you for that. Now, our speakers have been introduced, so I'll just say a few words really about the topic by way of introduction, and then perhaps ask our speakers to come in with a brief indication of their thoughts before we move on to the open session of this part. So the topic, of course, is international collaborations and partnerships, which clearly are critical for any university. As we know, we all thrive on a diversity of people, a diversity of cultures, a diversity of viewpoints. That's really where the strength of academic inquiry comes from, and indeed the strength of teaching, exposing students to different ideas and allowing them to debate them. And this, of course, applies as much to research as it does to teaching. So it's critical, as we know, for every university. I believe it's also critical for any university system in a particular country. It's very important for universities in particular countries to be open to global and international collaborations and partnerships if the requirement is to be successful, which of course it is. And the reason, of course, is that the bigger the pool to draw on, the more likely it is that the brightest talent will emerge. If you're drawing from a small pool, it's more difficult to find the best people. So there's a relatively straightforward explanation, as well as the diversity. It is the size of the pool that you're able to draw on, and the global pool is the biggest one. So just a word on what makes for successful international collaborations and partnerships. I think the most important aspect of that is that there needs to be mutual benefit. Both sides must benefit from the collaboration. All participants in the partnership must see some benefit for them. So that's a key part, is mutual benefit. The second, but absolutely vital element of this is strong relationships. And that means a strong personal understanding between the members on each side, and a strong personal commitment from those who are leading the collaborations and partnerships. So that's critical as well. Mutual benefit and strong relationships are both essential to success. Agreed common goals are vital. You need to be clear about what it is you're trying to achieve in the partnership and how you're going to do it. So then that is usually achieved, isn't it, through some form of written agreement, a memorandum of understanding or similar. A fourth element is sufficient funding. These things do require some funding to work on the whole, so there has to be some way of ensuring that there's a way of funding the partnerships in an agreed and equitable way. And the final element I'd mention, which is quite important generally in international partnerships, is government support and at least encouragement. Ideally backing, but certainly a supportive government and encouragement to form international partnerships is extremely important in my experience. And of course, on this last point, India's new educational policy 2020 does provide specific encouragement for international collaboration. There are 2 paragraphs specifically on that, encouraging Indian universities to internationalize, and a whole range of international opportunities to arise, including for international universities to be active in India. And of course, there are many other ways to cooperate. And I know a particular interest in the AIU is cooperation through sport, which is, of course, things like cultural activities like sport and music and that kind of thing are extremely important. So those are a few words really of introduction to the topic, and I'm sure that our speakers will have their own views on these matters, which they would like to put forward. Perhaps I could start with the people that I can see on my screen. I have to say it's slightly difficult to hear what's happening in the hall. I can get the gist of it, but I'll start with the people on my screen because they are a little bit easier for me to see. So if I could ask Dr. Katya Lash, to perhaps briefly introduce yourself and say your opening, or give your opening statement, please, if that's possible. Dr. Lash.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I hope I'm audible. Would you confirm? Okay, great.
Indeed.
Thanks so much for the invitation, and I'm unfortunately cannot be in Hyderabad, so a lot of greetings to all the delegates in Hyderabad, and thanks to AIU for the kind invitation. So my name is Dr. Katya Lash. I was introduced. I'm heading the DAD regional office here in New Delhi. Now, let me maybe briefly say what is the take of the German Academic Exchange Service on international cooperation and highlight a couple of pointers from our work in the Indo-German context. The German Academic Exchange Service, or better known as DAAD, is a government agency, and our main scope is to internationalize higher education institutions in Germany. We are working in 3 pillars. We are offering scholarships for individuals. To give you a number, we supported last year 2,200 Indian students coming from India to Germany, but we also bringing German students, teachers and faculty to India. So we believe that we don't see it as a one-way direction. So we believe that internationalization always is on co-working on an eye level and working in both of the directions. Our second pillar of activities is supporting international cooperation of higher education institutions through cooperation projects. We offer a couple of funding lines to German universities to go international and to develop programs with their international counterparts, also with India. And we have a couple of funding lines open where our Indian co-partners are co-funding, like the DST, Department of Science and Technology, but also the CSIR and also the Ministry of Education. And I think, and I truly believe that's important to see here that India is also believing in cooperation on an eye level and is contributing also financially to cooperation. Now, these schemes are running either in short term or long term, and we see huge interest. And to give you an idea, we have currently underfunding for India 72 projects with a couple of Indian and German universities. Our third pillar is capacity development. We are currently supporting Indian higher education institutions in the development of their international offices, a mandate which came from the national education policy. So what we do is offering workshops, connecting them, and trying to give them some inputs how to manage international cooperation projects. And we have a lot of expertise. We recently came out with a publication on double degrees and joint degrees in the Indo-German context to help our German universities and the Indian universities. Now, let me maybe highlight a couple of things for cooperation in the Indo-German context. First of all, internationalization is not only about mobility. Very often I hear numbers, movements of students and faculty, but as mentioned by Colin Rawdon, internationalization has a much broader outlook: research, internationalization at home, and also research and cooperation projects. We see at the moment in the Indo-German context that the network is still limited, and there is an imperative to enlarge the network between Indian and German universities. On the Indian side, going beyond the institutions of national importance, IITs, ISAs, and so on, and also to reach out to the second and third tier cities. And the same holds true actually on the German side, to reach out to the smaller universities and to connect them and to find a good cooperation partner between the two institutions. My second point is we at the moment see certainly an imbalance in the exchange between India and Germany, and I think that holds true for the whole of Europe. So the number of Indians going to Europe/Germany is very huge, and we need to increase the number of incoming students from Europe to India to offer internationalization at home, to give them an Indian exposure, to give the Indian students in India an international exposure, and to balance the exchange better. We have a couple of hurdles which we have to overcome here, and I think one of the main barriers is that India, at least in Germany, and the educational offer is not so well known. It's not so well known that the education is offered in English, and also the quality education offered by India is not so well known. And I think we need to do a lot of things to promote and improve there. And one thing we are looking at the moment, one program as that is in short-term programs, summer schools. So I think bringing students, faculty for short-term stays could be a very good approach. My third point would need to be funding. We need more funding. International cooperation of higher education institutions is not working without funding. I think that's a request which one has to make to both of the governments, despite the funding programs in place. I think we need to increase the funding lines, and we need a more stable funding. So going beyond this one-to-one exchanges and going more into cooperation projects over a couple of years to build further on that. So this would be my 3 points for the input. I would leave it here and then hand it back to the moderator, Colin Rawdon, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lash, and some very interesting and useful points there, mentioning internationalization at home, which is actually a critical thing because not everybody can afford to go abroad, and there are issues about the carbon load of students going around the world. And the point about stable longer term funding is really important because people need to be able to plan for these cooperation agreements. So very useful. Thank you very much. If we could move to Ms. Laura Yan now, who's the Vice Secretary General of the Asian University Sports Federation. So this is the point that I mentioned earlier on of various types of cooperation. There are many of them, but internationally, things like music, and in this particular case, sports, are of course vital. So over to you, Laura Yan, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Colin Rawdon, our chair of this session, and dear speakers and the Vice Chancellors of all the AIU member universities. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First, I'm very delighted to meet you online. Thank you very much for your invitation. And on behalf of Dr. Liu Lixin, the president of our federation, and in my own name, I would like to express the congratulations on this meeting because I noticed that it's 98th meeting. So I also noticed that it's a long history of AIU. So say you must have did an excellent job in the previous, and just like our chair said, we need more cooperation because of the diversity in culture, diversity in different aspects in our life, especially it's very important for our youth. So I give some idea about our introduction, brief introduction of
You're on mute.
Something. Yes, I lost that meeting. So for our federation, the Asian University Sports Federation is one of the continental federation of FISU. I think maybe most of you may heard of FISU. It's the International University Sports Federation. It's the governing body of the world university students for sports. And some of you may heard of the Chengdu World University Games held last year in China. It's a kind of a big party for all the youth. For AUSF is one of the 5 continental federations of FISU. It was founded in 1992, It's a long history. Comparatively speaking, it's still a young organization, but we have after more than 30 years. After more than 30 years, we have affiliated 41 member federations in the whole Asia. In Asia, we have 48 countries and regions in Asia. Currently, we have 41 countries and regions be part of AUSF. India is also one of a very active member of AUSF. In Asia, we have the biggest population of students. So we hope that our federation is to promote the all-around development of youth through sports. We hope that through sports, our youth can learn how to cooperate with each other, how to compete with each other, and how to work together for a better future. So for our understanding, sports, and I mean that the competition is not just any sport events, not just the competition, not just the sport events. Actually, it's a platform for all the youth to be interact with each other. So as the governing body of the Asian University, the University Sports in Asia, we just start our events like we have championships for sports events, and also we have some educational projects like we have the dialogue for all the president or secretary general of the federation, the member federation. And also we have a seminar for the administrative staffs from all the member federations to, and also we have workshop for the coaches. When they join in our championships, the coaches can learn from each other. As I mentioned that, India was a member of AUSF since 1996 and really playing an active role in promoting the development of physical and cultural education through sports among the university students. So we highly appreciate the great efforts of AIU in the previous history of AUSF, and we also hope that in the future AIU could be more and more active, and we hope to see more students and more coaches to be in AUSF events. So you see, due to the pandemic, previously we just have on-site events. But due to the pandemic, it's difficult to get interactive with each other on site. So we try to have a kind of reform to have some kind of online events like chess, and also we have some celebrations to have online. So it's easier, because the whole Asia is geographically spread. It's really costs a lot for the students, for the participating teams to fly from east to the west. It really costs a lot. So for the online event, we just save some money and also find more way for the, one more thing, it's not only for the economic issues. One more thing is, our student athletes are dual career, one as a students, one as athletes. So we don't want to borrow too much of their study time for our competition. So for online events, it may be easier for them. They don't need to bother too much time to travel for such a long way to attend some very important competitions. Previously, AUSF have tried, one of the most important goal, we call it the strategic goal of AUSF is to develop our brand name events. In the previous year, we have organized a variety of Asian university championships in past decades, like football, basketball, volleyball, 3-on-3 basketball, taekwondo, to name just a few. And also we have, besides this, we also have, as I mentioned, we have strategic dialogue, seminars, and workshops. So I hope that in the future, like in this year, we have, we'll host the Wushu Championship this year in China this June. And also we have a 3-on-3 basketball championship also this June in China. For this 3-on-3 basketball championship is quite special, together with the football championship is quite special. As I said that AUSF is one of the continental federation of FISU. So our 3-on-3 basketball and football are the qualifying tournaments of FISU World Cup. So that means the champion of the 3-on-3 basketball and football will be qualified to FISU World Cup directly. So it's quite encouraging. If our teams are quite excellent enough, they can have a chance. I mean, they win their tickets to go to a higher level of the competition directly. So I think this is quite encouraging. And also this August, we'll have a Dragon Boat event. Because I know that maybe some events is quite popular, and we also hope we are working together with our member federations to figure out some local or regional events. For example, if like woodball may be quite popular in the Southeast Asia, because the Southeast Asia countries, they are quite closed. It's easier for them to travel to each other. So we can develop some events that are popular in that area. And I know that even woodball is quite popular in the southern part of Asia as well. So we try to think about, and if for the because in the south part of Asia, the India is quite an active member there, and actually under our AUSF, we have a South Asia University Sports Federation with a member of India, Nepal, and Bhutan, and Sri Lanka, some country from the southern part. If you can let us know what is the most popular events in your region, and we can help to promote this event and how to help to organize an international event over there. So by doing this, we want to create an equal opportunities for all the students in the Asia to compete with each other under the umbrella of AUSF. We really hope that, because India has a very large population of students as well, and I noticed that you have a lot of vice chancellors present at this conference. I hope that we can have more Indian universities, more students from the Indian universities can join our events. To be honest, previously we didn't see too many Indian teams in the championships. We think that maybe we can find the right way, because I have a little knowledge about the system in India. So that's the reason why I say that thank you for your invitation, because it's really good for me to learn more about how you organize your events and what's your request to promote the all-around students, the all-around development of students, whether you are focused on the sports, etc. So in this way, we can work more closely together. Just before I end to my sharing, I just want to quote one of my remarks from our former president. He said that he quite encouraged the youth to communicate with each other. He said that once we participated in any international events, he encouraged the youth to make overseas friends. He said that once you make the new friends, you open the door to know the world, know the other part of the world. So I think that's the main goal of our federation. That is to not only to provide the competition platform for the students, was more to provide the platform or opportunity for the students to cooperate with each other, to make friends, to know the diversified culture from different parts of the world. So we hope that in the future we can work closely together to make our platform more and more productive and more and more attractive, so that we can help our youth to be both excellent in mind and the body. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. That was very interesting indeed, and rather inspiring, in fact. And I hope there will be the opportunity for Indian teams to take part in your activities and your competitions. And it was interesting the point you made about the pandemic having prompted opportunities to work in ways that are a little bit more accessible, really, to bring more equity to all of this, to save time for students who need to study, and also money, of course. So that was very helpful. Thank you very much. So if we perhaps now come to the platform party, could we start with Professor Kunal, continue with Professor Kunal Saigal, who's the Director of International Markets and Affairs at the International University of Applied Sciences, please.
AIU for hosting this. Education is one of the most defining experience for us as human beings, and there's a lot room for us to make it better. I'd like to go over a few aspects of challenges that we face, opportunities that exist, and how we can use these opportunities to navigate our challenges and create them into meaningful partnerships. So a bit briefly about our institution. IU, the International University of Applied Sciences, is Germany's largest institution by way of about 170,000 odd students. We are part of a larger group called the IUG group, the IU group, and we have and operate entities in Canada, the UK, soon to be the US and Australia as well. I myself serve as the academic director for the past 8 years, and I'd just like to give you an idea of how active we are in the collaboration space. Let's maybe start with a couple of challenges initially. First and foremost, it's a great deal of unequal access to education that we see. Predominantly in developing parts of the world, we don't have to look very far to see that GER ratios can be anywhere between 4x to 8x different from what we have in maybe more developed Western hemispheres of the world. What's happening here is education, by and large in general, has become very elitist, and it's catering to a population and segment of the market which isn't necessarily the one that is the most underserved. We'd like to break that down, and we'd like to increase accessibility to a very strong extent. We find that there will be an acute labor shortage for future-ready skills, and the demand for higher education in the next 10 years is set to increase by approximately 50% or so. The average university across the globe has 2,500 students, and still partnerships are very challenging to build. On a positive side, there's a great amount of opportunity by way of using technology as an enabler. We've taken 3 steps to target this approach in specific. One, we aim to meet the demands of the underserved segment of those who seek education. We've done this by building perhaps the world's largest integrated edtech platform that really owns the value chain from A to Z. And third, we build and expand global partnerships so that we have a diverse network that can tap into these capabilities that not only we've built, but also synergize with assets that you already have into play. We've developed 5 partnership models specifically in the last 2 years to make this happen. This isn't the end, rather just a beginning. But I want to briefly walk you through some of these partnership models to maybe serve as a call to action and maybe inspire you for us to have further conversations along the sidelines. The first of our partnerships is the Study Access Alliance, and this is a non-profit partnership where essentially we partner with governments, NGOs, and public universities. And in essence, what we do is we provide free access to university education across the undergraduate and postgraduate space by offering scholarships of up to 90% and ask our partner to co-fund the remainder 10%, which amounts to approximately 1,000 euros. We allow this to be targeted to certain segments of the market. For example, in Africa, we've launched this with women in technology in rural degrees. We've already rolled out 10,000 scholarships already and have earmarked a further 100,000 scholarships to the tune of almost €1 billion that we're pledging to give out by way of the value of education. Another partnership access point that we offer is the IU Study Abroad Alliance. And what this does is that it allows students the opportunity to study in a very cost-effective and seamless manner in the country of their choice, where the amount of sacrifices and financial resources that they might have to forgo is minimal. We've partnered with institutions in the US, Canada, UK, Australia, to name just a few out of the big four that we traditionally speak of. But now we would like to open this aspect and avenue for sending our students to India as well. Essentially what the model looks like is that students begin their studies with us online or even physically on the ground should they choose, and they complete 50% of their degree with us. The remainder of the 50%, they essentially digitally articulate to our partner universities. This allows them numerous advantages, staying close to the family, keeping in touch with the job market, saving on living expenses, but ultimately going to their dream country destination and again using technology as an enabler to do so and saving time, energy, and of course sacrifices of the student as well. The third partnership model is what we call university as a service. We've developed a turnkey solution that allows literally any player who is interested to expand into the university ecospace. As mentioned, we own the value chain from A to Z, and we offer a real turnkey solution where we can build institutions online in a matter of even 1 month. We've done this for a few institutions in the developing part of the world, and it doesn't need to be the entire value chain itself. You can pick and choose which ones you require expertise in. What's interesting about this is it's efficient, there's less risk involved, setup costs also are borne by us, and of course we handhold you throughout the entire process as well. Another quite interesting partnership model is maybe perhaps it's a bit more traditional in the sense that it is a recruitment partnership. In this model, we're going to be providing our capabilities to deliver affordable online degrees. Our partners can leverage this capability to offer and enhance these services with add-ons, brand them in the manner that they like, offer them and tweak them in accordance to their curriculum structure as well. And also access a suite of degrees which maybe perhaps is not at present prevalent within the portfolio space. We have degree programs of approximately 400 odd programs, and to our knowledge have the largest suite of AI relevant degree programs, because one of our aspects as a University of Applied Sciences is to make sure the knowledge that you get is truly applied and job ready when you hit the ground running. Finally, we have a dual degree pathway project where essentially students are able to gain this dual degree, and our part of this dual degree is delivered online, which again allows students this maximum degree of flexibility while making sure that credit recognition from the physical point of entry towards the pathway is also the most efficient as it could possibly be. us as an institution, we're legally allowed to recognize up to 50% of the credits as well, to make sure that, again, study progression is quick, and at the same time, ROI is also something that is maximized for these students to excite them and give them future direction to where they want to end up being. We offer these pathway programs not only to IU in Germany in itself, but also to our institutions in Canada under UFRED, and the UK as well under the LIBF banner, the London Institute of Banking and Finance. And this is something that we will, of course, be expanding to our entities in the US and Australia as well. I hope I've shown you that there are multiple ways in which we can partner in this education space in itself. We look to game change education, and to game change education, we need to do this together as institutions to make sure that no student truly walks alone. I look forward to talking with all of you throughout the remainder of this conference to see how we can further hold hand and develop a win-win solution, not only for the institutions involved, but more importantly, add value for our students.
Absolutely fascinating, and so interesting to hear the way in which your university is being disruptive without being destructive. So working on a truly international scale, a very high scale, kind of mind-boggling number of students there, 170,000, with the intention and in fact achievement of being affordable and accessible for students, really important part of all of this, and innovation being absolutely key in what you're doing there, innovative partnerships and a range of those, as well as the cutting edge tech. So I'm sure there are going to be some great opportunities there. Thank you very much indeed. So if we could now come to Professor Paumik from Lincoln University College in Malaysia. Would you like to say your piece?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And a very good afternoon to the Vice Chancellors and the Secretary General of the AIU and distinguished guests. The international collaboration and participation, what we do, we try to create an ethical entrepreneurs. Now, when we say ethical entrepreneurs, what does it mean? That's very important. Most of the time, we get into, oh, okay, I have to collaborate with international universities. But before we really jump into that international collaboration, the most important, we should know each other very well. Whether your vision and mission really works with both the universities. That's first stage. Second stage is the culture. The collaboration and partnership is just not creating simply a graduates, but creating an effective ethical entrepreneur where the graduates of those collaboration can create an impact. Now, when we started Lincoln in 2002, I used to travel quite a lot, traveled almost more than 120 countries. And I was in Rwanda late 90s, and I saw a man was sitting on the street, and I could count each and every bone of that gentleman. And I had 2 pieces of biscuits. I put onto his hand. As he was putting slowly onto his mouth, the biscuit touched, and he died. That was in front of my own eyes. And I said to myself, and I regret, I wish instead of putting those biscuits onto his hand, I should have put onto his mouth. And I realized why Rwanda was struggling. The entire Africa is purely did not have access of higher education. I quit quite a number of international jobs, and I said I will start a Lincoln where the President Abraham Lincoln philosophy that everybody should have access of higher education. Now, as we started, we put into a great monk, Hindu monk, Swami Vivekananda, what he put into together, and we went into more than 30 other countries, created our international collaboration and partnerships. Now, if I put it to you, if the slides can go into the third slides, and look at this. What we do in our collaboration and partnerships, stay there, please. We try to combine the Western science and innovation with Eastern ethical values, philosophy, put together and create that ethical entrepreneur where students should be job creators, not the job seekers. So I go on to the next slides, you will find what is lacking in the world. That's what is lacking in the world. The world is not lacking of money. The world is not lacking of jobs. The world is not lacking of anything else, but world is lacking of, I believe in me, the self-confidence. Today, Indian students are traveling to the US, UK, Australia, New Zealand, and etc. Nothing but they are making that self-confident that they can do. And let's put it this, what Swami Vivekananda puts it. Next slides. All the powers within you, and you can do anything and everything. That's what is lacking. That's what we educators continue to put an injection to the young mind, that it is not any other things, the power. And if we go on to the next slide, see what Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi said. The core values of the NEP is to build a young India full of confidence, conviction, and character. And he goes on to say, this was the vision of Swami Vivekananda as well. He wanted India's education to instill our students with confidence and self-reliance. So our international collaboration partnerships should emphasize on these qualities, not just simply getting a certificate and, oh, yes, I have received a degree from Lincoln University College, Malaysia, and you pay the salary. That's not the education. That's not the collaboration. Our collaboration should be building a self-confidence. Now, with this, if we go on to next, and what I said in my first slide, that combination of Asian ethical values into the international collaboration and partnership. We read Gita in India often. In the morning we read and very nicely pray. But we need to put Gita in action. And if you see the Gita in action, as an entrepreneur need to have focus. Focus on your work, not the result. And that's exactly the chapter 3 of Gita calls Niskam Karma Yoga. So the entrepreneurship is not outside, people are coming and talking. It is already, the Indian ethos is already there. I heard the previous speakers at the panel said the Indian ethos is an important aspect of Indian education. So when we do this international collaboration and partnership in Malaysia, we have a really great civilization of Indian civilization and Chinese civilization and Muslim. The three great populations are in Malaysia. As such, our collaboration and partnership in Malaysia is a combination of fantastic Western discoveries and Asian ethical values, and that's why students come to Malaysia more onto that kind of partnership. So I have given many of these Gita's few actions. You will find that then you have renunciation. Renunciation in chapter 18, you will find entrepreneurs, nothing but they must learn to sacrifice for others. And that is exactly Gita said. So Gita is more onto making you an ethical entrepreneur. And those are the things we need to put it into our education system. Those are the things we need to put it into our international collaboration and partnership. Then you will see the students or the participants who will be creating this. And we go into next slides. That's what Lincoln University is trying to do, that Asian ethics of delivery along with the Western content of globalization. With this, we have been very successful throughout the world. We are present in 35 countries, and one of our dream project in Somalia, when we started our partnership in 2012, full of civil war. And when I tried to go from Malaysia to Somalia, my faculty members, family members literally prevented me not to go. You will die. I took a challenge as an entrepreneur. I would go. I went there in 2012, and we are delivering our program all over Somalia. And we were told we played a great important role in reducing civil war in Somalia. Our students graduate, they migrate, and they work on United Nations Peacekeeping Force. And that's kind of collaboration we need to create within ourselves. The tuition fees, we really charge very low. We deliver our master program only at $100. We invested, the faculty members in Somalia, what we want them to deliver. And that kind of collaboration and partnership we need to create. So with this, in Malaysia, next slide, we have 160 over programs span across on 12 faculties, starting from medicine, dentistry, nursing, physiotherapy, pharmacy, engineering, education, and so forth. And it is from bachelor, master, PhD, and we see that more than 85 countries' students are getting benefited through us via Malaysia or existing in 35 countries. Now, next slide, you will see these countries. We are present in many ways. And next slides, we do have many research. Our faculty students have published last year more than 300 over Scopus journal articles. And these are all possible because of our international collaboration and partnership. And that was the vision and mission in 2002 when we started Lincoln University. Next slides. And this is very important slides I would like to share with you all. I often say, like, we human beings are temporary tourists in this world. We all have to leave, and we are educators. The Supreme Almighty has given all of us chance to do something for the society, and you are one of them. So President Abraham Lincoln wanted that everybody should have the higher education. And we deliver such partnership at a very, very affordable cost. Now, why we do this? As we temporary tourists, let's leave a legacy that we came in this world for temporary periods. We have done something for the society, that we have created an ethical entrepreneur, and we leave an impact in the society. Lincoln University College, under the Times Higher Education Impact Ranking, SDG number 4, Sustainable Development Growth in Education in the world, we have ranked number 32. That's because of this kind of ethical, we put it into our deliberation. So as all of you, the Vice Chancellors are here, it is your responsibility, my responsibility, to create an education system that output is just not seeking jobs, just not making the materialistic wealth which will not go with us, but as Swami Vivekananda puts it, that education should be man making character, build a good character, and that character will create a legacy, and that character will play an active role not to have war in the world. That character will play an active role not to have conflict with anyone. Today, you open up TV, newspapers, you see everywhere nothing but war and conflict. Let's put together, we all the educators, let's put together, work together, and create a partnership whereby the outcome will be nothing but create a legacy of yours, impact in the society, that we do not have war, we do not have conflict, we live in this society peacefully. That should be the real international collaboration and partnership. With this, thank you. Let's pray together. The whole world is in tremendous conflict and war. And we pray that all this conflict, this war, go away and we live peacefully and harmoniously. Thank you. God bless.
We do have two more speakers, Professor Thapa and Mr. Malkani. So if we can come to Professor Thapa, please. I think we're getting a little bit short of time, but I think we've got time to go through these. Professor Thapa of Kathmandu University, please.
Present my slides, Dr. Rama. So is it possible to present my slide? Anyway, I will be presenting here the international collaboration and partnership in context of our experience of hosting the AIU North Zone's Vice Chancellors Conference at Kathmandu, and then the experience of Nepal on internationalization and collaboration, especially the need and its impacts. Is it possible? Okay, fine. So first of all, again, I would like to thank AIU, all the AIU members. You have entrusted Kathmandu University for this AIU North Zone Vice Chancellors Conference. That is sort of a testimony of real international collaboration, because I was told that was the first ever meeting of the AIU that was hosted outside India. And I was told at least the participating vice chancellors really liked the event, and then we have developed a partnership so that we can initiate and start something. Definitely the need of the cooperation, global and then the regional cooperation is very important. It's because what the youth of this time is thinking, how they are planning and preparing for their future, that is also pressing us or forcing us to go for the international collaborations and cooperations. The higher education history of Nepal is not that old. We had only one university in Nepal for quite a long time. And Nepal has gone through different political changes in last 30 years, we should say. So with single party political systems to multi-party political system, and then federal system, and then the now provincial system. So when political changes are taking place, there is a lot of changes in higher education, especially the establishment of the universities. Kathmandu University was also outcome of the political change in 1990. With the restoration of a democracy in the country, Kathmandu University was established by the first democratically elected parliament of Nepal. And afterwards, with every political change, new universities are coming up. Even if the Nepal is a small country, but we have 24 universities or university status institutions in the Nepal. And there is a sort of a competition or this acceleration of establishment of the new institutions when we went to the provincial system. Like we have 7 provinces. It's central government is also establishing new universities or academies which can issue the degrees, as well as the provincial governments are also establishing a new universities. But on contrary to that, the experience or the challenge which the higher education institutions are facing is after the COVID, from 2019-20, the enrollment in the higher education is going down. So at one end, the number of institutions are increasing, and on the other hand, we don't know exactly the region, but the enrollment, even in the old universities like Tribhuvan University, even in Kathmandu University, it was going down. And there is, the reason is sort of, I will say that there was a impact of more globalization of Nepali higher education system. So with this change of political system, there were many foreign universities coming in Nepal, as well as Nepal became little open, and then more and more youths were going out. So it was really interesting. A country is like a small country with about 30 million people. So almost 1/3 of the youth of Nepal, they are outside. Outside for a job, initially they go say that, okay, we'll go for study, but they are in the job. But anyway, they are of the age which should have taken some training and education. So wherever they are, so it's a responsibility of either Nepal or wherever they are of that country to train them, not just to use them as a labor. So every year, like as I said, like almost 1/3 of Nepali people, they are outside in India. Almost about 30 lakhs Nepali, they must be in India, somehow working or studying or other things. And there is no official records of that because we have an open border. We can freely move here and there. Similarly, like in the country like Australia, it was 2023, so almost as much as 30,000 Nepali youths, they went for the higher studies. And the country like Japan, like almost 20,000 Nepali youths went. Some of them went for the university courses, but some of them went for just a language course, 6 months language course or 6 months management training. So it's really a sort of, we as academic institutions or we as a people of the Nepal think that that's a loss of sort of energy or a possibility of that age group. If we could have trained them for something which they are working on, so maybe they would have been a little efficient and they could have brought little out. So I don't know, there might be a problem in my slides, but there is nothing very interesting on that, only some data. I just wanted to, okay, it's there, but you can just roll on to the slide number 7 or 8, no, it doesn't matter. So, of course, we talk quite a lot about a brain drain because since most of people are going out, so we don't know whether this brain drain will help us in the coming days for a brain gain as India has. So, but more than that, there was a significant impact on treasury of Nepal, especially when there was a crisis in Sri Lanka. Nepal also faced almost crisis of a foreign currency reserve and foreign currency outflow at that time. And there was sort of a hue and cry. Oh, what happens next? But somehow we managed. We managed. It's not that like the number of students outbound, it's managed, but somehow our economy was managed. But we are really worried now because of the international, means higher education, or we can say the internationalization of higher education. There can be a serious impact on national economy, especially the country like Nepal. Definitely now we should take this as an opportunity. Of course, we had a crisis, but we thought we should take this as a, even you can go to the next slide, please. How can we make use of this, the youth's tendency to migrate temporarily or permanently? Because Nepal was a country which has a history of migration. Like even in the British Raj, British colonial system here in India, so even we come sometimes, those who were recruited in the army in Lahore, all those people are called Lahure. Okay, Lahure is sort of a profession in Nepal. They go outside to get the job. So even now, since the students are going out for education and they are getting a job, so trying to work and then make some money. So maybe we should try to make use of this opportunity. That's why now we can have sort of a, together with the global movement and global cooperation on the higher education, back in home, we are also discussing about the regional and then the Asia-centric cooperation. Many of our youths migrating or going towards the West are not coming back. But normally our students going to the Asia or South Asia, they are coming back after their education and a few years of service. So these were the things that we discussed during our, please move on, next slide please. These were the things which we discussed during, next please, AIU North Zone's Vice Chancellors Conference. Some of the issues which we thought like was a sort of a problem and opportunity for us it was also same for Indian universities. The number of Indian students going abroad was quite much higher than what Nepal had. So in that context, we discuss about what can be, next please, what can be our cooperation, and we were really excited, and then we were really glad that so much of that the higher education institute showed interest on this. So we had almost 98 vice chancellors from India. They were there in Kathmandu. I think this is biggest gathering of academicians in the history of Nepal. So we're almost about 200 institutions gathered in Nepal. And then we were given quite, please, next please. So even not only the university, the entire political system of the country, bureaucracy, civil society, and academia has given a quite high importance of this meeting of Association of Indian University North Zone Vice Chancellors Conference. Both the Prime Minister and the Education Minister and all the government officials had given quite due respect and then given a time and importance for this meeting. So I will not discuss, next please, I will not discuss what was the takeaway for India for that particular meeting. Of course, we discuss, so we need to have some platforms or permanent arrangements that how can we collaborate or do a partnership. I will just tell some of the success stories of Nepal, Kathmandu University. We have been running a joint master's program with the IIT Madras on electrical power engineering with the 2 logos on the same certificate. That's our experimentation. The first batch will graduate this year. And then we have a joint program. We have an exchange student mobility program with the IIT Hyderabad. So Professor Murthy, director, maybe he will explain something tomorrow. And then we have a plan to start a joint PhD program from this year. And besides that, of course, we can learn from each other because we are a knowledge hub. The East is a knowledge hub. So the dream or strategy to become a world guru, Vishwa Guru. Nepal and then the other country can also join hand for that. So for that reason, like we tried to connect Pashupati with Tirupati. So in Tirupati, we have started one small program on bachelor's in yogic science and well-being. I know that there could be a lot of government regulations and permissions to do that. But we have already admitted 6 students in the yogic science and well-being at Tirupati, and then 20 students are in Kathmandu. They will be coordinating, collaborating. The degree will be issued by Kathmandu University. It will be the first ever example. The embassy, Indian embassy at Kathmandu also know it. My Prime Minister, he has already formally acknowledged this process, but we need to regularize and then formalize it. Please, next please. Next please. So the Nepali media has given quite this value of the AIU North Zone's Vice Chancellors Conference, and they are really looking forward for what comes out next from this. So when we talk about the internationalization of higher education, sometimes even we think that, okay, many universities from all around the world comes at one place, talk about the research, student mobility, new programs and other things. But Nepali society, even the rural society was so anxious and so happy to hear that like so many vice chancellors were coming here, coming in the country. Please, next please. So this is the joy the Nepali people had. People, all the illiterate people, indigenous people, from the villages, they came and then welcomed the vice chancellors. So the internationalization of higher education, which we thought like maybe it will go only for the elite society, but in our case, it went down to the roots. And I hope through the internationalization and globalization of higher education, we can be a Vishwa Guru together and then we can bring the prosperity in the region. Thank you very much.
Intervention there, and particularly interesting on the economic effects that we have to take into account with all of this. So can I ask now Aditya Malkani to speak, and I need to be advised how we're doing for time and also whether I've missed anybody out, but if I can ask Aditya to speak, please.
A very good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you very much to President G.D. Sharma, Dr. Mittal, other esteemed colleagues at the AIU for inviting us here today. It gives me great pleasure to speak to you as the Regional Director for the Association of Commonwealth Universities. We have a close and enduring partnership with the Association of Indian Universities, and it's perhaps my 5th or 6th time addressing this august audience, and certainly feel very, very welcome and very privileged to have this opportunity to speak with you today. I'm also very conscious, of course, that we're running over time, and therefore I'm going to keep my comments extremely brief by design, but I hope I'll be able to deliver the message of the work that we do and some thoughts on the topic in the next few minutes or so. So let me start, colleagues, by saying that when I was a much younger man, about 15 years ago, wet behind the ears, college graduate, I had a mentor who once said to me that the objective of education really is to understand before one misunderstands. And I think that's such an important message which has remained with me ever since I've continued in this path of working in international education. Because if one thinks about it really, the world would be a much happier, more compassionate, more empathetic place if we simply taught our students, and indeed first ourselves, learned to understand before we misunderstand. And in many ways, colleagues, the very objective of the organization I serve, which is the Association of Commonwealth Universities, is indeed to work through universities, through international collaboration, to help make the world a better place. We are the world's first and oldest international university association. We were established way back in 1913, and therefore for about 110 years have been working closely with universities across the Commonwealth to further international collaboration, to be the voice of higher education in the Commonwealth, to offer grants and fellowships and scholarships to staff and students across our member institutions. To tell you a little bit about the ACU in numbers, we have over 400 member universities today, located in over 40 Commonwealth countries across all continents except Antarctica. We have, as part of our network, over 10 million students and over 1 million academics and professional services staff. And we're all bound together through this thread, this common enduring passion to make the better world, to make the world a better place through higher education. The role of the ACU really is three-pronged. So we have three very diverse but interconnected areas of work. One is, of course, we offer a range of scholarships, fellowships, and grants. And these are scholarships and fellowships and grants that exceed £700,000 in value every year. At the moment, we have a few grants and fellowships open, and I'm going to refer to my notes for the ACU members in the room to take note. So at the moment, we have open our supporting research community training grants, which enable universities to develop programs which will help build the skills of early career researchers. We have our early career conference grants, both of these open until the 23rd of April. And these early career conference grants support young early career academics when they want to, if and when they want to attend conferences in other Commonwealth countries. We have open our higher education and the SDGs network grants, which support work being done by academics or being done by professional services staff in our member universities in support of the UN SDGs. we have opened the Queen Elizabeth Commonwealth Scholarships, which is a remarkable program that supports master's students who want to undertake a 2-year master's program in a low and middle income Commonwealth country. And we have certain host universities in certain low and middle income Commonwealth countries that accept students as part of this program, and interested parties can certainly have a look on our website. This Queen Elizabeth Commonwealth Scholarship Program is open till the 24th of May in this current round. Talking about international collaboration and the topic of internationalization at home, I'm actually reminded of a wonderful program that we innovated and ran during the throes of the pandemic. And this was a program known as the Commonwealth Virtual Exchange. Of course, we're all gathered here today in person, shaking hands and being able to meet face to face. But not long ago, we were all locked in our homes or our offices or faraway rooms behind screens. And the ACU at the time rose to the occasion and launched something known as the Commonwealth Virtual Exchange, which involved 10 universities from across 5 Commonwealth countries. And through this program, we were able to bring together 50 undergraduate students, all from underrepresented groups, to do a program that focused on intercultural learning, leading to a social entrepreneurship project. Each of these modules that evolved into this program were developed by our member institutions. So we had the University of Malaya in Malaysia that took the lead, along with Manipal Academy of Higher Education in India. And we had some other universities from the UK and from Australia and from Hong Kong and from India that were part of the working group and also participated in this program. So that was an interesting example where across 8 weeks, we had students learn intercultural competencies so important in the modern world, and eventually had to work in groups remotely and develop a social entrepreneurship project. I want to take this opportunity, I know time is short, but I want to take this opportunity also to say we run another very unique program known as the Ocean Country Partnership Program. What I'm trying to do, colleagues, really is to give you examples of the range of activities that the ACU is involved with. So this Ocean Country Partnership Program offers a unique opportunity to undertake a fully funded master's or a PhD in marine sciences. This particular program is funded through the UK's Blue Planet Fund and is open to early and mid-career researchers who are interested in the area of marine sciences. The overall aim of these scholarships is to strengthen the capacity of the partner countries that host these OCPP scholars. OCPP stands for Ocean Country Partnership Program, and also to address marine environmental challenges which so many countries across the world are facing today. To date, the OCPP scholarships have been extended to students in 10 different Commonwealth countries, including here in India. Finally, colleagues, in the interest of time, I'm going to talk to you about a little bit of work that we do in convening groups of academics and professional services staff. So the ACU runs these fabulous networks in different themes. At the moment, we run networks in climate resilience, in higher education and the SDGs, and in peace and reconciliation. We also run professional communities in human resources and higher education, and we're very grateful to Dr. Pankaj Mittal, who has served for many years on the steering committee of our human resources and higher education professional community. And we run one also in support of research. These networks and communities, colleagues, are open to academics as well as professional services staff from across our membership to join, to learn from one another, to contribute ideas, to share initiatives that they may be conducting in these areas, as well as gain from initiatives that others in the network bring to the table. We're in the process at the moment of reimagining some of our networks and communities and are considering different areas through consultation with our members to be able to come out with some equally unique networks and communities which will benefit our membership here in India and across the world. In closing, colleagues, I want to say that India is the country where we have our single largest number of members. 13% of Indian universities are part of our membership. We have at least one ACU member institution in 26 Indian states, as well as 2 union territories. Of our 400 plus members across 42 Commonwealth countries, 134 members are in India. And that just goes to show how important engagement with organizations like the ACU and indeed with eminent vice chancellors like yourself is. I'll stop here in the interest of time, and I also want to make sure my colleague from the USIEF gets the stage to be able to deliver her comments. But I want to thank you for your kind invitation, colleagues at the AIU, the ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education, who we count among our eminent member institutions. In fact, we have 9 universities within the ICFAI group as members of the ACU, and each one of them is very, very special for us. So thank you, colleagues. It's been an absolute privilege and pleasure talking to you, and look forward to carrying on our conversation over tea and biscuits. Thank you.
Aditya, and we now come to our final speaker, which is Ms. Sujana Reddy Mareddy, the USIEF's regional officer in Hyderabad. If I could invite you to speak, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It was a very, very long panel, and after a heavy lunch, I'm going to keep it short, like my other colleagues. So I'm here to share the remarkable journey and activities of United States India Educational Foundation. We fondly call it as USEF or USIF. Talking about the collaboration and internationalization, I thought it is extremely important to know a little bit history about USEF. I keep bumping into Fulbrighters wherever I go, and I know many of you are very familiar with Fulbright Fellowship. But for those of you who are not very familiar with Fulbright, the story of USEF dates back to the late 1950s, when 2 visionary leaders, India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru and US Ambassador Loy Henderson, signed the agreement for funding certain educational exchange programs, what would become a beacon of academic and cultural exchange between our 2 great nations, establishing the United States Educational Foundation in India to administer the Fulbright programs. Can you put up my slides? Is it possible? All right. You can go to the next slide, please. Right. The vision of USIF is to deepen and widen mutual understanding between the citizens of India and the US through focused educational and cultural exchanges. USIF as a commission is governed by the Binational Board of Trustees, consisting of 5 members nominated by the Government of India and 5 members nominated by the US Ambassador to India. The US Ambassador to India and the Indian Foreign Secretary are the honorary co-chairs of the Board of Trustees. We have offices in major cities across India, and all our officers serve as catalysts for academic excellence and cross-cultural exchange. Over the years, USIF has evolved, adapting to the changing times and needs. In 2028, a significant milestone was reached with the signing of a new agreement marking India and United States as equal partners in funding the Fulbright program. The increase in exchanges under the new agreement has allowed for a tripling in size of the program and for the development of new programs. India now has the largest Fulbright Fellowship program in the world and one of the largest student research programs worldwide. But our journey didn't stop there. In 2016, USEF launched Fulbright Kalam Fellowship Program, focusing on addressing climate change-related issues in both countries, showcasing our commitment to tackling global challenges through joint efforts and cooperation. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. Just to provide you some broad statistics on Fulbright, the program operates in more than 160 countries worldwide and has provided approximately 400,000 participants with an opportunity to study, teach, or conduct research in each other's countries and exchange ideas. Approximately 8,000 competitive merit-based grants are awarded annually in most academic disciplines and field of study. Since its inception, USEF in India has awarded more than 10,000 Fulbright grants and close to 9,000 other awards funded by the US Department of Education. USEF's impact goes beyond numbers and statistics. It's about fostering meaningful connections and building bridges between people, institutions, and cultures. Our programs have provided countless individuals with life-changing opportunities to study, teach, and conduct research in each other's countries. These experiences not only enrich the lives of the participants, but also contribute to the greater good by promoting international understanding and collaboration. Can you go to the next slide, please? At USEF, we have two main mandates. One is to administer Fulbright scholarships for US citizens coming to India and Indian citizens going to the US. And the second mandate is Education USA. All the activities in USEF fall under these two major mandates. Next slide, please. Education USA is the advising services, and these services further strengthen our commitment to promoting US higher education opportunities to Indian students, ensuring access to accurate, current, comprehensive, and unbiased information about studying in the United States. Education USA services at USEF are completely funded and supported by the US Department of State. There are over 430 advising centers in more than 175 countries. We have 6 centers in 5 cities in India. Next slide, please. So when a student walks into any of the center across India, we take them through these 5 steps. We guide them through these 5 steps. Right from the point of shortlisting, how do you go about looking for a university? How do you go about shortlisting the university? How do you plan your finances? What about the various aspects of applications, visa process, and before you go, what are some of the important aspects that you need to know as part of the pre-departure orientation? Next slide, please. Yeah. In addition to working with the students directly on Education USA side, we also work with the higher education institutes from United States in their recruitment efforts and Indian universities in reaching out to the students. So that ends my PowerPoint presentation. And as we reflect on our journey so far with USEF, we reaffirm our commitment to the principles of mutual understanding, cooperation, and academic excellence that have guided us throughout the years. So together, let's continue to build a brighter future through the education, one exchange at a time. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much indeed for that further invocation of the values that we really need to be upholding if this is all to work. And I think that has been the outcome really of this session, ranging widely over a variety of ways of collaborating internationally, but unified by an assertion and indeed justification of the value of international cooperation, but also the fact that international collaboration should be strongly values driven. So thank you very much indeed to all our speakers. I feel we have used up our time and more than that. I know it's now time for tea for you. So I think it makes sense at this stage to declare this session closed with, again, once more, many thanks for the invitation and for the opportunity to engage with you today. I hope that I will be able to do so again in future. You're a really important partner for us. And as you've heard from Aditya Malkani, the ACU is critically engaged in India and wish to be so into the future. So once more, Thanks for the invitation, and thanks very much indeed for this session. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the Association of Indian University and the ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all our esteemed international delegates for their participation, insights, and contribution. I also express my gratitude to the organizers, volunteers, and staff who have worked tirelessly to ensure the success of this session. Now I would like Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of AIU, and Professor G.D. Sharma, President of AIU, to facilitate our speakers. Ma'am, please come on dais. Professor Amya Bhaumek. Professor Sujana Reddy. Professor Sujana Reddy. Professor Kunal Saigal. Professor Bola Thapa. Professor Bola Thapa. And Professor Aditya Malkani. Now I request Dr. Shailajan C., Director, ICFAI School of Social Science, to felicitate our guest on dais. Thank you, sir.
Now, I request all our esteemed guests to remain seated. We will continue with the next session on Bharati Knowledge Systems. Thank you. I request the members in the audience that someone has lost their key of room number 1931. Room number 1931.
For your comfort, tea arrangements are made in the hall at the back.
Kushagra. Kushagra Sharan.
4:30 will start sharp. We would like to inform to all distinguished members in the room that we have a cultural program today evening from 7 to 8 p.m. followed by dinner in Geo Garden where Hyderabadi cuisines will be served. Please join us for cultural night today.
Hello. Sanjay Fuloria, sir, are you there in the hall? Sanjay, sir? Professor Sanjay Fuloria? No.
ecosystem for student recruitment. On average, we power 1 billion student engagements, process 100 million student inquiries, manage 5 million applications, and process over 2,500 crore in fee payments on average every year. With this, Merito becomes the de facto choice known for setting the standard when it comes to student recruitment and enrollment. Specializing intensively in the educational field, our ecosystem of purpose-built, extensive, powerful solutions for education organization eases the entire student recruitment and enrollment process. From a unified enrollment cloud for all your teams to work as one, where the sales, counseling, marketing, admissions, or finance, to an education CRM that is everything you need to recruit students smarter, better, and faster in one single place. Merito is the one-stop solution you have been looking for. And if you weren't, maybe you should now. Trusted by the biggest names in the education industry to grow student enrollments, we put scalability at the forefront, provide dedicated training and migration support, and are rated top choice by first-hand users. So, if you're looking to know more about how we can equip you to grow your enrollments, visit www.merito.com and schedule a call with one of our enrollment experts today.
Welcome, everyone. With profound pleasure, we welcome all the dignitaries to the technical session 1 on the theme, Integrating Bharatiya Knowledge System with Higher Education at the 98th AIU Annual General Meet and National Conference of Vice Chancellors. I have 2 announcements over here. The next session after this will be AIU General Session and Business Session. At the beginning of that session, all the Governing Council members would take stage for a group photo. We request everyone to kindly make a note of that. The second announcement is, we would like to once again remind all the distinguished members that we have a cultural program today and in the evening from 7 to 8 p.m., followed by a dinner of Hyderabadi cuisine in the Geo Garden. Please join us for the cultural night. We'll start the technical session 1. Integrating rich and diverse Bharatiya knowledge system with higher education is a pivotal step towards fostering a holistic and inclusive learning environment. BKS, with its ancient root and contemporary relevance, offers a wealth of wisdom encompassing fields such as Ayurveda, yoga, mathematics, and philosophy. We invite Professor Shanti Sri Dhulipudi Pandit, Professor Ganti Murthy, Professor Rani Sadasiv Murthy, and Professor V. Ramanathan to take the stage for the technical session 1. We have another announcement. We shall wait for the group photo of all the VCs, Vice Chancellors of the ICFAI group after the technical session 1. Kindly make a note of this. We invite Professor Santi Shri Dhulipudi Pandit, Professor Ganti Murthy, Professor Rani Sadasiv Murthy, and Professor V. Ramanathan to take the stage for the technical session 1. We request our volunteers to kindly escort the dignitaries to the dais. We request Professor Sanjay Fuloria, Director, Center for Distance and Online Education, IFHE, to kindly come forward for the felicitations, for the welcome, floral welcome.
House music. It touches your soul. House music.
Thank you, Sanjay sir.
We take immense pride to introduce our distinguished chair and the speakers for this session. This session will be chaired by Professor Santi Sri Dhulipudi Pandit, Vice Chancellor, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. An internationally renowned professor of political science, held the post of Vice President and President of the International Political Science Association earlier. Ma'am is a member of several national and international committees and apex bodies and has been nominated to several selection committees of central universities as the nominee of the President of India. She is the author of books Restructuring Environmental Governance in Asia, Ethics and Policy, and Parliament and Foreign Policy in India. Ma'am, we are honored to have you among us. Thank you.
The distinguished speakers of this session are Professor Ganti Murthy, Indian Institute of Technology, Indore. Professor Ganti Murthy is the National Coordinator, IKS Division, MOA, Government of India. He is also a professor in the discipline of bioscience and biomedical engineering at IIT Indore. Earlier, he was a tenured full professor at Biological and Ecological Engineering Department at the Oregon State University, Corvallis, Oregon, USA. He is the co-founder of GRW Engineering LLC, a resource recovery company focusing on recovering fertilizers, metals, and organics from landfill leachate. A doctor from the University of Illinois, Dr. Murthy has around 52 papers to his credit. His research is broadly focused on sustainable bioprocessing and systems analysis. His immense knowledge and keen interest towards Bharatiya knowledge system enabled him to take up the task of coordinating IKS at AICTE. We welcome you, sir.
Professor Rani Sadashiva Murthy is Vice Chancellor at the Sri Venkateshwara Vedic University, Tirupati, a Sahitya Academy Award winner, renowned poet, speaker, writer, and researcher. Professor Murthy served as a professor at the Department of Sahitya, National Sanskrit University, Tirupati earlier. In his long span of career, he served the state and central government institutions in various capacities and is a member of the Academic Council of Silicon Andhra University. Professor has many awards to his credit, most importantly, the Natyaravali State Talent Award, Vyas Bharti. He wrote on 32 dance forms in Sanskrit, Telugu, and English and was honored and felicitated by many organizations. He has published more than 200 articles in various national and international journals of repute and is an invited speaker in India and many countries like USA, Russia, and Nepal. Sir, thank you so much for your gracious presence.
Professor V. Ramanathan, Indian Institute of Technology, Banaras Hindu University. Dr. V. Ramanathan is a faculty and researcher in physical chemistry working in the Department of Chemistry at IIT BHU Varanasi. His areas of academic research are Raman imaging and spectroscopy, laser spectroscopy, and computational chemistry. His other research interest lies in studying scientific heritage of India, Indian history, philosophy, Indian traditional medicine, Indian classical music, and Indian languages. He's a Fulbright scholar and a core committee member of the Indian National Young Academy of Science, a body of Indian National Science Academy, INSA. He is the chairman of position paper on knowledge of India, a member of the National CAG for IKS, and the Curriculum Development Committee of UGC in IKS. We now request ma'am to kindly chair the session.
Good afternoon to all of you. I would first request the speakers to speak. Just two sentences. As all of you know, this is the session on integrating Bharatiya knowledge systems, which has changed from Indian knowledge systems. This itself is a paradigm shift. And I would look at all the three speakers to see how we can create a Bharatiya knowledge architecture and narrative architecture. Because for any, country that is a civilization state and wants to be the Vishwa Guru for Vikasit Bharat in 2047, it is extraordinarily important that we bring tradition with modernity, realm with region, continuity with change, and myth with reality. And it's very important that if we do not know our own sources of the Indian civilization state, we would be as good as alienated from it. So I would first request Professor Ganti Murthy, Indian Institute of Technology, Indore, to make his presentation.
मातृभ्यो नमः, पितृभ्यो नमः, गुरुभ्यो नमः, सभायै नमः, सभापतिभ्यश्च नमो नमः. A very warm good afternoon to all of you, and namaskar. And it's indeed a great pleasure to be talking to you again. It was my distinct pleasure to address the East Zone conference that AIU had organized, and to be back to the national conference, that too on the 100th anniversary of this August gathering of the premier academic institutions of the country, which really drive the change, is my distinct privilege and honor. So I'm glad to be here and great to see you all here. So we'll today talk essentially about a few things, because the essentiality of why we need Indian knowledge systems, and essentially when we talk about Indian knowledge systems, we are really referring to Bharatiya Jnana Parampara, is something that we already all know. So I will talk about how do we, So I will talk about how do we really integrate this Indian knowledge systems through multidisciplinary teaching, learning, and research into our education systems. So a few questions that are already there in minds of many people even today is, what is this IKS that we are talking about? Is it something related to Vedas and Upanishads and limited to Bhagavad Gita studies, or is it something that is there only in Sanskrit? There are a lot of questions like that, so we'll try to answer that. And then even if something was done in the past, why is it relevant today? And if we want to bring this integration, what is the role of universities? What should we be thinking about, especially here as vice chancellors and administrators? What is the thing that we need to be, what is the role that we need to be playing about? And then how do we really do the research and teaching in IKS? How is it different, or is it any different from the regular research and teaching that we are all doing? So again, I come from the land of Kalidasa, Mahakavi Kalidasa. So I will start off with his one of the shlokas that he wrote in Malavikagnamittram. He says, Puranamityeva nasadu sarvam nachapi kavyam navamityavadhyam santah parikshant yatarat bhajante mudah para pratyayane buddhi. The thing that he's trying to say is in the context of poetry. He says, Puranamityeva nasadu sarvam. He says, just because something is old, it is not gold. Old is not gold. And just because something is new, we don't want to discard it, saying it is new. He says, Santah parikshant yatarat bhajante. The wise will examine different things based on their own merit and accept it. Whereas mudaha, the fools, will be led by the opinions of the others. So mudah parapratyayene buddhi. It is with that kind of a critical reverence that we go towards IKS. So what is this IKS that we are talking about? Essentially it is the jnana, vijnana and darshana. I don't really want to translate these three words because they have very core civilizational meaning. Jnana, Vijnana and Darshana of the people of Bharat that has continuously arisen from the deep experience, observation, experimentation and rigorous analysis of all of these observations, with a tradition of putting that into practice in various domains of life, whether we are talking about education, arts, engineering, health, law, justice, commerce, and has been documented in many classical languages of India, and is expressed through the culture of Bharat, through not only through the languages, but through art forms, traditions, and essentially it is anything that pertains to Bharat, the knowledge systems that, again, there is no distinction between the Marga and Desha Parampara. It is something that has come out in the, whether it be the tribal folklore or folklore, tribal traditions, or whether we are talking about any Shastra traditions, all of that is part of Bharatiya Jnana Parampara. So it is not simply limited to Sanskrit. It can be there in, for example, there is a Vrukshayurveda text in Sanskrit, which is about 30 pages. In that manuscript is about 30 folios. There is a manuscript in Odia of same Vrukshayurveda, which is about 480 pages long. So imagine the kind of work that would have been done. There is a manuscript written in Meitei language in Manipur on bamboo construction. There is a lot of, in Arunachal Pradesh, there is a dance form where they teach how to cultivate millets. An entire production process of millets is expressed through dance forms. Whether you're talking about the Puttur bone setters, or whether you're talking about the tribal medicine that Natu Vaidyas practice, or whether you're talking about the art forms, dance forms, or whether you're talking about Aranmula mirrors from the Kerala, or you're talking about the Meenakari work from Lucknow, which is about metal painting, painting on metals. All of these are part of Bharatiya Jnana Parampara. And that is essentially what we are talking about when we talk about Jnana Parampara, Bharatiya Jnana Parampara. And what do we do really at the IKS division? We really are trying to rejuvenate and mainstream Bharatiya Jnana Parampara into the mainstream education systems for the contemporary world. We're not talking about past, we are talking about the contemporary world and the world that is coming up. And the idea is to, by 2047, one of the Pancha Pran is about decolonizing the Indian mind, and that is one of our objectives. If we want to decolonize Indian mind, we need to really put in perspectives, bring in perspectives of Bharatiya perspectives. And what is that? That essentially is what is there in that big thing that you see. In whatever activity that we do, we focus on the drishti. If we are calling these knowledge systems Indian, what makes them Indian? What is that drishti that is making them Indian? That is something that we really think about. That unique perspective that makes it Indian is something that we keep as the canvas on which we do all other things. And then we talk about parampara, the unbroken knowledge tradition that has been of transmitting knowledge. And then third thing is the laukika prayojana, the practicality of this knowledge system for this world to solve today's problems, emerging problems. And when we talk about parampara, so I will talk about drishti in a minute, but before that I want to talk about parampara, because parampara itself has three aspects to it. First of all, we have to preserve what is there. And so there is the preservation. When we talk about preservation, there can be two types of preservation. One is we are preserving the manuscripts, we are preserving the texts, we are preserving the art forms. These are all very, very important. That has to be done. But fundamentally, even more important than simply preserving a manuscript is preserving the perspective, that drishti, that makes this knowledge system Indian. That is the very important thing. So that is intangible. It is very easy to preserve a manuscript and keep it in the library forever, for next 400 years. But it is much more important for us to study that and bring out that Bharatiya drishti that is there in the manuscripts or in any art form, for example. So that is essentially when we talk about preservation. And then it is not enough to preserve it. We have to transmit it. And that transmission has to be adapted to the time, audience, and place. Desha Kala Parasthiti. We have to adopt it for the right kind of audience. The way that we used to convey knowledge 30 years ago, we all are familiar with it in the classrooms. Today that doesn't work. We have evolved different methods because the audience is different, the students are different. So we have to keep evolving the methods of instruction and methods of transmission of this knowledge with times and adopt it with times. So that is the transmission part. And then the third thing, any parampara, if you think about a stagnant pool of water, that is dead water, that is stinking water. A live river will never be stagnant. It will always be flowing. That means there is always not only preservation and transmission, but also creation of new knowledge and adoption and merging with the new knowledge that is coming up in the world. So this is a very inspirational and aspirational outlook that this provides for aspirational India, because the youth want to be aspirational. And for that, we want to show them a way where they can integrate whatever the knowledge systems that have been, knowledge that has been created in the last 400 years with our traditional knowledge that we have, along with the drishti. Therefore, this knowledge creation is continuous in IKS. If you see the continuous paramparas, you will see that. It has been continuous, and we have to continue that. So that is essentially like the flow of a river. Therefore, we call the flow of parampara as Jnana Ganga. That is what the reference is. It is pavitra, like pure like Ganga, and flows like a river, Jnana Ganga. And it is not history studies. I want to emphasize this, that IKS does not belong in history departments. And it is not limited to Vedas, Upanishads, Puranas, and Bhagavad Gita or Hindu studies. This is not the scope of IKS. That is a very limited scope of IKS that we are doing. We do a great disservice to IKS if we limit it to this much. Because more than 95% of the Sanskrit literature that is out there is not about these things. Vedas, Upanishads, Puranas, and Bhagavad Gita, they are very, very, very important. But 95% of the other things that we need to do, we need to be thinking about that and actually bringing that perspective as well. Because if we want to do the address the Laukika Prayojana, that's where a lot of these things will be there. So there is a distinction between Vedas, study of Vedas and Vaidika studies. So I will leave that to Professor Rani Sadashiva Garu to explain that better, because he is the expert who has dedicated his life to this kind of a thing. And then the big canvas that I was talking about, the drishti part. What is that drishti that we are talking about? Bharatiya drishti is essentially about the civilizational perspective of how we Bharatiyas looked at the relationship between our own self and our own immediate surroundings and the universe. And how did we look at it? We always looked at the reality at three levels. We looked at it as Adhibhautika, physical plane, Adhidaivika, the mental plane, and then the Adhyatmika, the spiritual plane. We always looked at things at three levels. And that's a crude translation when I say physical, mental, and spiritual plane, but because these words themselves carry a lot of civilizational meaning there. And then also, what is it that we are pursuing in life? What are the goals of our life? We have, as a civilization, come up with these four goals: Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. These are the four Purusharthas. And if you look at them, the Artha and Kama are essentially pertaining to this life here in this world, within the boundary of the Dharma. And then the four ashramas, four stages of life: the Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, Sannyasa. So these are essentially the perspectives, the drishti that is there in Bharatiya drishti. This is something that we need to preserve. Why is it important that we preserve this? Because I'll show you two examples where you'll see how the difference in the drishti can result in profound implications for practical things in situations. For example, if you look at allopathy, most of it, in fact, even until 2005 or so, the WHO definition was absence of disease is health. So essentially it was about treatment of disease centered around diseases. And how do I treat it? So when I talk about treatment of diseases, it becomes only my concern as an individual. My disease is my concern. So then, therefore, the healthcare becomes the responsibility of that individual only. Then it is, everyone is out on their own. You can have family that supports it, but that's not necessary. Healthcare becomes an individual pursuit. And then a consequence of that, if you think through this as a mathematical certainty will lead to healthcare, expensive healthcare, basically all kinds of bankruptcies because of that, all kinds of things that you are seeing, especially in US. If you see this is what is happening. And what is the Bharatiya perspective of it? We did not say disease. In fact, Ayurveda starts off with swasthasya swasthya rakshanam. It doesn't talk about Aturasya Roga Shamanam is next. Removal of disease comes later. The first thing is the protecting the health of the healthy. So the swasthya, health, is the focus. How do I protect the health? And therefore, if I'm pursuing swasthya, then it becomes, swasthya is not only my responsibility, because it becomes the responsibility of my family, my village, and essentially I'm also responsible for them. They are also responsible for me. And there are in fact some villages in Kerala where the Vaidya, the doctor, is not paid if anybody is in that family was deceased. If anybody in the family has a disease in that year and the Vaidya could not treat, then the Vaidya is not paid. Contrast that to what we do today. We go to a doctor and doctor gets paid more if we have more diseases. And what is the final outcome that we want? Do we want the health of the society, healthy society as the outcome, or treating the diseases as this thing? Remember, this is just because of the drishti difference. And then another thing that comes out is even in economics. That was a practical thing. If you think about economics, we talk about all our GDP activity and everything like that. What is it based on? It's essentially based on consumption. How much we consume, that basically results in more economic activity, and therefore the GDP of a country will increase. So bigger car, bigger house, bigger salary, everything has to be bigger. Essentially, it is a consumption-driven model where the consumption is an indirect measure of the happiness. And therefore, that will again necessarily lead to exploitation of nature. And talks about unlimited growth. And finally, it will lead to societal discord. We are already seeing this in many of the Western countries. And what is the Bharatiya model for this? If you think about it, it is Ananda. Pursuit of Ananda. And pursuit of that happiness, you see, I cannot be happy if my family is not happy, or my friends are not happy, or my village is not happy, or so on and so forth, expanding that. And it will naturally lead to thriving with nature and growth that meets the needs of all and societal harmony. And the moment we change the perspective of economic growth and development to pursuit of consumption from Ananda, all of those other ills will come up. And again, if you think about it, there are two major systems that were there in the world right now. The capitalist system, which talks about Shuddha Labh, pure profit maximization. In fact, the company law says that too, right? If I'm working for a company, I cannot do anything but maximize the profit. And what does that lead to? Unbridled capitalism will lead to profit maximization, essentially exploitation of humans and nature, and pseudo-democracies. And what is the exploitation? You see, that is what would be the societal reaction for such a society where the humans are being exploited to the hilt. If you see, the pendulum will swing to the other end. Shuddha Labh, which is profit maximization, will go to Shunya Labh, which is denial of profit, essentially saying no profit at all. And what will that lead to? And if you think about where Karl Marx and all of those people came up, they were basically formed their theories during 17th and 18th centuries in England, which was essentially exploiting and pursuing Shuddha Labh. That came as a reaction to that. And again, we saw what that leads to. We had our brush with our socialist economies here in our country, and we have seen how communist countries work. Unbridled communism will lead to stifling of entrepreneurship, innovation, leads to exploitation of humans and nature, ultimately ends up in dictatorships. What was the Bharatiya model then? We did not talk of Shunya Labh, we did not talk about Shuddha Labh, we talked about Shubha Labh. And what is that? I should thrive, I should get profits, but not at the cost of other people. I should be pursuing the Shubha, the welfare of others, and pursue the profits. Therefore, there is an inbuilt mechanism that will prevent exploitation of nature and checks unbridled profit motive. And this is the Bharatiya model of economics, because there is a drishti difference. And think about how that Ananda is the center of this thing here, leads to this kind of a model versus consumption can lead to that kind of violent reactions in this thing. If we are going to talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, and if we want to be the Vishwaguru Bharat, it is not only in the Make in India type of a thing for physical goods, but we also should be the thought leaders. And these are the models that we can perhaps present to the world as an alternative. And now comes, how do we teach all of this to our IKs to our students? So, should we simply start a department or a center in IKS and then say our job is done? Or should we start things like master's programs, certificate courses in IKS, Hindu studies and things like that? That essentially will lead to exactly what has been happening for many of the Sanskrit departments. They will become one part of one other department, and IKS will become one of the other departments, and it will languish there. IKS is not a department. IKS has to be integrated into every department of the university, every college of the university, because this is about the perspective, this is about the drishti part. And then, what are the kind of things that we can do? The first thing, in fact, I was talking with my daughter yesterday, and one of the things, she said was, Nana, the textbooks don't matter. What matters is the person who's teaching it. Really profound statement for a 9th class kid. Because ultimately, no matter what we talk about, it's the faculty in the classroom who has to be empowered. Therefore, we should really focus on faculty training. And here, this is where we need to be thinking about IKS slightly differently. Not as something that I'm an IKS expert. Nobody can be an IKS expert. Why? Because we'll all laugh if I say I'm an expert of math and science. Because nobody is an expert of math and science. We are expert of one subdomain of chemistry, or subdomain of physics, subdomain of economics, or math, things like that, right? So similarly, IKS also has so many domains, and we have to become experts in our own domain that has relevance to IKS. That is what we need to be thinking about, and that is what we need to be training our faculty members in. Let's say there is a faculty member in economics. We should be training them to leverage their training that they already had. Maybe they have spent 15 years, 10, 15 years, 20 years in studying all the economic theories. Now it would be very easy for them to learn what the IKS perspectives are and then teach them and integrate them into their curriculum in economics to economic students. Similarly, we can talk about Bharatiya Ganita. and then talk about how that is different and how that perspectives are different, what are the practical implications to mathematics students. Similarly, we can talk about the Indian concepts of design, aesthetics. All of these things can be taught to our students who are taking, again, design classes. Now think about how many designs, we have so many design programs across the country. How many of them actually teach Bharatiya perspective of design? Very, very few. Think of architecture. How many programs across the country teach architecture from a Bharatiya perspective? We are importing the models from others that may not be suited, in fact, many a times are not suitable for our weather here. Think of things like that in many, many other disciplines. You can think about that in healthcare. You can think about that in the chemistry. You can think about that in agriculture. The soil health is one of the biggest crises that our country is facing. And if we don't address it, we are going to be in big, big trouble. And there are many, many approaches that have been proved in the field from the traditional knowledge systems, Bharatiya knowledge systems, Bharatiya Jnana Parampara, that we can use. In fact, I have used some of these things in my own lab. People have used it in their own labs across the country. These are the things that we need to blend in with the most modern genomics studies that we do, along with these practices, and then basically take them forward. So, important thing is faculty training. Second thing, develop interdisciplinary courses. 5 minutes. Interdisciplinary courses in IKS spanning multiple disciplines. And then, one of the key things that we can do, rather than start master's programs in IKS, rather than starting certificate programs in IKS, we can start off with IKS minors. Let's say every semester a student takes one course. Throughout their undergraduate course work, they can take 6 to 7 courses, and that is about 18 to 20 credits. Every semester, one additional course. And then we can give them, in addition to their main degree, we can give them an IKS minor. And this will basically help them pursue their interests in Bharatiya Jnana Parampara, bring that perspective to them, and then give them the freedom of choice that later they can pursue, whether if they want to pursue a PhD student, a PhD through UGC NET, things like that. And then try to enroll the students who are qualifying UGC NET in IKS in all departments, and also encourage research in all the disciplines, especially in the STEM disciplines in Bharatiya Bhashas. Because Bharatiya Jnana Parampara exists in Bharatiya Bhasha. So it's very, very important that we do all of this. And what do we mean by IKS research? It has to be interdisciplinary research that integrates IKS with the modern disciplines in a comprehensive way. It has to lead to solutions to the current societal problems. It has to be clear, objective, with measurable objects. And these are some things that we fund, high-risk proposals that are unlikely to be funded by other agencies. And for example, if you look at these examples here, a robotic wheeled vehicle for trending societal needs cannot be an IKS project. Whereas the other three that you see on Pashu Ayurveda, Vriksha Ayurveda, and then influence of Upanishads on the Western consciousness discourses, those are all IKS projects. So we should be thinking about integrating IKS with the modern disciplines in a comprehensive way. And why do we need to invest in it? Because there is really a paucity of genuine scholarship. And IKS has become a buzzword, and we need to be careful that the scholarly rigor is maintained. Therefore, it is up to you all, who are the leaders of the higher educational institutions in this country, to take this up, so that we understand and research the heritage of India, IKS heritage of India, and present it in a scholarly way. And again, this is essentially the vision of the IKS division, and this is how we can help you all. We have various interventions at school level, higher education level, research level, and institutional level. And we support in many, many ways. And specifically speaking, these are all the impacts that we had in the last 2.5 years now. So you can see we are almost present everywhere across the country. And we'll be able to connect you into that kind of a network. What can we help? So first thing, we can make sure that all the course materials, we're developing about 120 courses, multidisciplinary courses. All of that course materials, outlines, lecture recordings, lecture notes, reference materials will be made available to you. And authentic resource materials for developing courses will be provided to you. 1 minute. So engagement, there are many IKS division events. You can be engaged in that, and we will put you in touch with largest network of IKS scholars that we have. many faculty development programs, general and discipline specific, and these are all list of courses. We'll circulate this a little later, but you can also find that on iksindia.org. And I will urge you all to develop courses and infuse IKS into existing courses, research, collaborate, preserve, disseminate, and finally train teachers. Because as we say, ultimately, Bharatiya Jnana Parampara, what we do in the class is only one-fourth of it. There are 3/4 of it that happen outside. So we need to create that kind of an ecosystem where the Bharatiya Jnana Parampara will thrive. Because it is said, Acharya padamadatte shishyam padam sumedhaya padam sa brahmacharibhyah padam kala kramena cha. Namaste.
Now I request Professor Rani Sadashivamurthy, a very eminent scholar, to make his presentation. They wanted only 10 minutes.
Sabha Saraswati Namaha. Professor G.D. Sharmaji, the President of Association of Indian Universities. Professor Srimati Pankaj Mittalji, Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities. Professor L. Ganesh Ji, Vice Chancellor of IFHE, and the current session's chairperson, Professor Shanthisri Dhudipudi Ji, and Professor Geddi S. Murthy Ji, and Shri V. Ramanathan Ji, my co-speakers, and then learned Vice Chancellors of all Indian universities who are physically or through web present in this wonderful conference. Pranams to all of you. Actually, time is restricted to be within 10. I requested to extend it at least to 12 minutes. That's why I will try to confine to 10. One of our speakers is from the science origin, and the last one also is from science. And the chairperson is from, as the Vice Chancellor of General University, she is representing, and I am representing the Vedic tradition. That's why the, 1 minute. Here, Indian knowledge systems are Bharatiya Vijnana Parampara or Bharatiya Vijnana Dhara, in whichever way we name them. Their beginning is just like the beginning of Ganga is Gangotri. The beginning of Bharatiya knowledge Parampara is the Vedas. So, from the Vedas to the modern, all the contents which were available in our ancient knowledge systems, particularly in the name of Veda and Vaidika or Vedic. Vedic is whichever relied upon the Veda, that is Vedic or Vedic. That's why I take this, and particularly we had a curriculum in ancient ashramas. Ashrama was defined as Muninam Dasha Sahasram Annapanadi Poshanat Adhyapayati Viprarshihi Asau Kulapati Smritaha. In the modern movies or in dramas, if we see, an ashram is a thatched structure in front of which a cool shades tree. Under the tree, a bearded person sits, and teaches 4 or 5 students. And by the side of them, some deer are moving here and there. Like this, it is the picture being given. But the definition in ancient times was different. That was Muninam Dasha Sahasram. Every student was called a Muni because he has to observe silence while learning. Why? To extend his lifetime through pranayama. That's why he was called Muni. So the breathing techniques, through breathing techniques, if we can control our breath, we can extend our lifetime. That is one of the teachings. Muninam Dasa Sahasram, 10,000 students, Annapanadi Poshanarth, by providing food and shelter to them all, Adhyapayati Viprashihi, he directly doesn't teach, he allows the people to teach all. So, what do they teach? I will explain about the curriculum. And he allows to teach them all through 1,000 teachers. 1:10 ratio, which is acceptable even to the UGC. So, that is why Dasha Sahasram Annapanadi Poshanat Adhyapayati Viprashiha Asau Kulapati Smritaha. He is called Kulapati, the Vice Chancellor, and Chancellor in the same mold. So this was the definition available in our ancient text for one ashram. So through such ashrams, the knowledge was distributed to the society. And here we have what were the part of curriculum, that is Vedas, the earliest human literary monuments, and then Shadangas, the supporting ancillary sciences to understand comfortably the Vedas. They are Siksha, Vyakarana, Chandas, Niruktam, Jyotisham, and Kalpa. These are the 6 ancillary disciplines of Vedas. And after that, Upavedas, Ayurveda, Dhanurveda, Gandharva Veda, and Arthaveda. Each of them, to explain each of these, we can take a lot of time, but I am skipping. And Dharma Shastras, Smritis, and the canons of civil code, we can say them. And then the Puranas. Just when we listen to the word Purana, we confine to the thought that it is a collection of stories. But in 18 Puranas, Madvayam, Bhadvayam, Chayo, Bhatrayam, Vachatushayam, Anapalinga, Koskani, Puranani, Prathakviduhu. In these 18 Puranas, we have a deal of more than 350 disciplines of knowledge which are useful even for the present society, and they were used in our ancient society too. That's why the Puranas, and after that we have they are the encyclopedia of all human knowledge. Itihasas, Ramayanam and Mahabharatam, chronicles of ancient Indian history. These are Darshanas, Sankhya, Yoga, Nyaya, Vaiseshika, and 64 fine arts, the Chatushashti Kalas, and Kavyani, the poetic writings. What was there in all this? Agriculture, Krishi Shastram, architecture, botany, mathematics, arithmetic, algebra, trigonometry, geometry, binomial theorem, meteorology, medicine, animal husbandry, psychology, etc. were there. The next slide you can go to, please. So here all these were in the Krishi Shastra. We have Krishi Parasara and Sarangadhara Paddhati, and then Manasara and Samarangana Sutradhara. With the help of these, we can construct even a country, but not a village, but not a single house, but not a single inhabitants, but we can construct a country with all structures. That is the capacity of Manasara and Samarangana Sutradhara. And then botany, Bhava Prakasha and Rajanigantu, mathematics, Siddhanta Shiromani, arithmetic, Patigenitam in the Siddhanta Shiromani, algebra, Abhyakta Genitam of Siddhanta Shiromani, trigonometry, that is trigonometry we say, and spherical trigonometry, Goliath trigonometry also is available. binomial theorem that is in Pingalanaga Chandasyastra, Ma, Prama, Pratima, Upama, Samma, Gayatri, Yushni, Kanishtu, Brihati, Pankti, Trishtub, Jagati, Ati Jagati, Shakvari, Ashakvari, Asti, Atyashti, Dhruti, Atidhruti, Prakriti, Akruti, Utkurti, Sankurti, Avikurti, Yatkurti. These are the 26 classes of meters in which we have 13 crore 17 lakh 42,726 meters possible with the help of a similar expression of Pascal triangle which was known as Varnameru by Pingalanaga in 5th century BC. They used it to calculate this kind of things that is there. And after that, in animal husbandry, we have Pashva Ayurveda, and for medicine, Charaka and Shushruta, psychology, Yoga Shastra. These are all. And what we can do, simply I will give. We can develop satellite townships or smart city planning with the help of our ancient architecture texts. And similarly, Vajralepa, herbal, organic and metal-based cement-like liquid cement can be produced, which can assure 10,000 years strength for every construction. That is possible. And then developing different types of gardens, herbal cosmetics also can be produced. Atmospheric forecast studies. I need at least 2 hours to explain on this subject. I have worked for 5 years on this, and we can foresee the future weather forecast, etc. And water purification methods, groundwater resources, dietetics, management prototypes, psychological counseling cells, handling pandemic, astronomy, and mathematics. These are all the things for an example. And what we can do, that is mathematics, botany. Go to the next slide, please. So, mathematics, botany, ecology and environmental science and atmospheric sciences also, meteorology, architecture, agriculture, astronomy and some selected social sciences. Even today we have concrete texts of ancient authors are available with us. And here, plan of action, collection, categorization and classification, grouping based on modern parallels, text preparation activity, to work on theoretical sources, to work on practicable sources, production of prototypes, and sending outputs for approval. These kind of things can be done. All these are possible. There is a lot to be spoken about language as a part of sciences and the values, how to improve values, etc. And all these things are there. Only one thing I will submit and conclude. There is a lot to be submitted to this learned audience, but with the help of our ancient Indian knowledge systems, introducing ancient Indian knowledge systems at all levels, from primary level to the higher education level, by introducing 5 types of fitnesses. Last slide, let us go to the last slide. That is, first one is physical fitness can be attained, and after that, intellectual fitness can be achieved, and after that, psychological fitness can be attained, and then spiritual fitness. Finally, one who has these 4 types of fitnesses, physical, intellectual, psychological, and spiritual, will be eligible to have fitness in the society, that is social fitness. So in this manner, each slide needs a lot of explanation. Since the time is too short, I am concluding here itself. I sincerely express my thanks to the organizers of this wonderful conference, and also particularly to the Association of Indian University Authorities, and also to the host of this conference, and to all the learned Vice Chancellors with humble pranams, and also to my co-speakers and to the chairperson. Namaskar to all of you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Professor Rani Sadasivamurthy. Now, the last speaker on our panel is Dr. V. Ramanathan, Indian Institute of Technology, Banaras Hindu University.
Namassabhabhyas sabhapatibhyascha vai namo namaha. At the outset, I express my heartfelt gratitude to the Association of Indian University to have given me this wonderful opportunity to interact with the learned audience at this August gathering. I know we are at the fag end of the day, and onus of keeping you awake for the next 10 minutes is really hard on me. So bear with me. The next 10 minutes I'll be trying to give you what my co-speakers have been trying to say, but added with some of my individual thoughts about it. This will be my outline. I didn't want to show that, but it has anyway come about, but I will still, those of you who didn't pay attention, still I can question you. This is in fact the written in one of the earliest higher education commission that was formed in the independent India, and I would really like to read it. The un-Indian character of education. One of the serious complaints against the system of education which has prevailed in this country for over a century is that it neglected India's past, that it did not provide the Indian students with a knowledge of their own culture. It has produced in some cases the feeling that we are without roots. In others, what is worse, that our roots bind us to a world very different from that which surrounds us. A British historian of Indian education observes, our education has done far less for Indian culture than for the material and political progress of India. She looks to our schools and colleges for equipment in the struggle for existence. For the secret of happy living, vivendi causa, she looks elsewhere. And mind you, this is not of the recent saying. This is none other than the committee chaired by Professor Radhakrishnan, the very first independent India's higher education commission that had formed. And believe you me, when my co-speaker spoke to you, the same sense was being echoed. The National Education Policy 2020 kind of reiterates these words, albeit giving them more context. So what was wrong in 1950 is perhaps again found wrong in 2020, which means we are doing something drastically wrong. We are in a slumber. Unless we wake up from this slumber or pretend not to be in this slumber, I think any amount of lip service will go in vain. Vedas and modern science is a very pet word for so-called the middle ground people who would like to take the best of both the worlds. My previous speaker, a Vedic scholar himself, and the speaker before that, gave you an impression what Indian knowledge system is. So I will take upon myself the onus to say what Indian knowledge system is not. Because many times we have this confusion, and anything and everything to do with these modern so-called science, we say this is already there in our Vedas. There cannot be no greater disservice than this statement, because it at the same time undermines the wisdom enshrined in the Vedas, as well as the advantage that the modern technology has to offer us. So this kind of playing the monkey balancing is going to lead us to drastic ends, and truly will become the victims of this Vishwaguru syndrome. Pardon me for using this word in a very derogatory way, because this word we get to see and hear quite a lot in the air today. But if this has been our approach to give a whitewash or a blanket acceptance for everything and anything in the Vedas, then we are going to be victimized by this Vishwaguru syndrome. For instance, we have a tendency to say that anything that is found in the modern science is also there in the Vedas. And the popular quotation, those of you who are from Sanskrit will be able to relate to it, that yadi hasti tadanyatra yanne hasti natat kvachit. We take pearls of such wisdoms from here and there and try to string it up and present it for the sake of presentation. As they say in Hindi, kahin ka eent or kahin ka roda. That cannot be constituted as Indian knowledge system. Similarly,
very perfunctory content. Say, for instance, in the Narayana Suktam, there is a line that appears, Nilato yadamadhyasthat vidyullekhe bhasita. Now, just because the word vidyut is there, we cannot go on and claiming, saying that during the Vedic period we had electrical engineering, or we had the concept of electricity. Similarly, Mayi sarvamidam protam sutre manigana iva. This is a verse taken from Bhagavad Gita. Just because the word sutre manigana iva, that connected through network, is being talked about, we cannot say we had string theory or we had network algorithms embedded in the Bhagavad Gita, and it is a wisdom that we need to extract them from these ancient literatures. It is my humble submission, I may be wrong, it is debatable, but this is definitely not what is Bharatiya knowledge system or Bharatiya Jnana Parampara. Now what it is? You have an anthropocentric approach. That is what is the Western approach, which was ably talked about in the economics domain as Shuddha Labh or Shunya Labh. Ultimately, it keeps man at the pinnacle of everything. That is, everything is made for the enjoyment or merrymaking of the man. That is anthropocentric. Vis-a-vis, the Indian approach has always seen human being as part and parcel, as a tiny, minuscule dimension of this vast creation, which leads to both the ego versus the eco concept. And so this previous slide also talks to you about the need for the IKS to change in the paradigm of thinking so that we leave aside this anthropocentric approach leading to ego and adopt this Bharatiya knowledge system approach, which perhaps strikes for equanimity with the ecology. So some snippets of examples from the technology or the science that we have had. I don't have to tell you the identity of these artifacts. They are the Delhi Iron Pillar and the Woods Steel, which have been the ambassadors of Indian science and technology for at least 1500 years, and it continues to be so, rightly so. Now what can we replicate it? That's another bigger question. Yes, there are means, but there has to be a conscious effort. Now this is one picture, those of you who are from the eastern part or Jharkhand, Ranchi, this portrait hangs in the Steel Authority of India Limited head office. What I want you to pay attention to is Alexander is the recipient guy. King Puru is the one who is gifting him. He is gifting a sword. And behind King Puru is a servant carrying a box which appears to be golden. And there are chroniclers who have told this is golden box. And inside the golden box, what is being kept is a brick of steel. Now, contrary to the present days, where even if we buy a small trinkets of a gold ornament, we go to the bank and keep it in the safe locker, which is made up of iron. So from what kind of thriving economy that we have had to what we have been pushed to today is clearly visible due to various reasons. And the contemporaneous applications of rustless iron, there are umpteen advantages, and I'll not, those of you interested, I've had the opportunity to talk with Professor Jagtap, one of the top chemists of the country who shares similar thoughts about the ancient chemistry. Similarly, on the metallurgy side, the Panchaloha Dhatu, today we talk of high entropy alloys as the state of the art in the field of metallurgy. But we have had in our culture the making of Panchaloha as well as Ashtadhatu. So, as Vice Chancellors, if you can promote some kind of research, if there is a metallurgy department or a chemistry department, to carry forward this, looking at this making of Panchaloha from high entropy alloys point of view, that would also draw what is contemporaneous about the Indian knowledge system that we are talking about. Similarly, the Aranmula mirror, again, one of the GI tagged and an ambassador of Indian technology, still currently being practiced. But the agony is that not much of modern scientific intervention has gone into to really speak about it in the contemporary language. So much so that there's only one paper that I could find out from the past. And again, on the therapeutic side, there are a lot of promises from the metallic drugs. This is a part of my own research. I'll not bother you with the details due to want of time. This is one example of iron-based drug formulation, where through various characterizations, if we if we do, I mean, we have found that this is one of the very safe iron supplements that could be given. Before the discovery of penicillin, the entire world was consuming mercury. But ever since the discovery of antibiotics, there has been a paradigm shift in the medicinal world, where so much so that in the last 100 years or so, we have had rampant use of antibiotics that we are today suffering from what is called AMR. Now, in this post-antibiotic era, can the metal-based drugs from the Indian tradition, can they pose as a safe alternative? Now, there are papers I didn't have time to get into, which criminalizes the use of metal drugs because the metallic content in them are a million times more than what WHO prescribes. But nevertheless, they are not toxic, they're therapeutic. But we need more research in this field to unravel the therapeutic aspects of them. So, perhaps my last slide. These are two structures which are at least 1,000 years old. The Rani Ki Vav is dated around 12th century, and the other one, the Kallanai, is dated almost 2,000 years back. At that time, definitely the population was not as much as it is today. But you see here a living example, a functioning example of problem solving, which our ancestors had anticipated what might be the problem 1,000 years thence. Today, with all our boastful degrees and educations, can we even cognize what could be the problem that 500 years down the line our Indians are going to face, leave alone coming up with solutions? Are we at least in a position to cognize what could be the problem of 500 years down the line? I mean, I leave it to you to answer, and that answer will tell you the efficacy of the educational approach adopting the Bharatiya knowledge system vis-a-vis the contemporary system. This is about scientific temper. Maybe 2 minutes I will take and stop. We are always alleged that whatever is written in Devanagari is all something to ritualistic. There is no scientific temper. Mind you, this is a text that I am showing you, which is from the 8th or 9th century from the land of Kashmir by Lalla. What he clearly says, I'll just not bother about explaining everything. Kamathadi virudhrita mahi yadite kena dhrita nabhasthita ata esham viyati sthitir yadi kshiti golasya kena varyate. In this text, this is a chapter called Mithya Jnanadhikarana, where he lists out all the superstitious beliefs that existed in the society, and each one threadbares he takes and attacks it. One of the superstitions that he has taken is that if you believe the earth is resting on the back of a tortoise, then where is the tortoise resting? See, if the tortoise can get suspended in mid-air, why not the earth's globe? So like that, this is an example to show you that questioning had been our inherent trait ever since we started becoming disciples of education. This shloka was already chanted, and more so, this is an appeal my humble appeal to all the Vice Chancellors here to pay attention to what Rutherford had said, not what C.V. Raman had said, interestingly. When Rutherford had invited C.V. Raman to Cambridge, C.V. Raman, with all disappointment, told Rutherford that Cambridge is not a place for serious studies. Why? Because in the touring of Cambridge by C.V. Raman found people dancing, people singing, people doing carpentry, metalsmithy, everything under the sun. But what did Rutherford reply? He said, and I quote, "We do not try to grow bookworms here. We train men who can govern an empire." So what Radhakrishnan's committee in 1950 started with, linking ourselves to the roots of our past and ethos, I take this opportunity as this AIU has ventured into including Bharatiya knowledge system as an appreciable move, and maybe in a snail's pace, I agree, but it's still in the positive direction. With that, I conclude and once again thank the organizers for having given me this wonderful opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Andaru Mahanubhavuliki na Shatakoti Vandanalu Namaskaralu. It's because we are in Hyderabad. Good evening to all the Vice Chancellors. I thank AIU and ICFAI for giving us this opportunity. We had 3 scholars who gave you 3 different views. Now, as a Vice Chancellor, you must be thinking, how do we implement the Bharatiya knowledge system? I would agree with most of them that you'll have to integrate it into your teaching, and we need to write a lot about them. You would ask me, Madam, how would you do it? I would say one holistic, you have Tamil, Sanskrit, Pali, all sources have to come together, and we need scholars to work together. We have to stop working in silos, integrating, working with different universities. Like, for example, see, I'm from political science. I can give you 2 major examples, the way I use it when I teach students. One is when I teach, how do I say that India is a very old democracy? Most of us who teach political science say Magna Carta is seen as the document, as seeing Britain as the mother of democracies. Magna Carta, 800 years before the Magna Carta, was the Uttaramerur inscription of the Cholas. So does then India become the mother of democracy? And this is an inscription, it's not myth or anything, despite we having a lot of oral traditions, which has been one of the issues. The other is where I would like to bring in is also, I recently had a young boy who brought me a textbook on economics. And what was it on? On Shukracharya's economics. I was extremely happy. The boy learned Sanskrit and wrote this small book. And I think such things we'll have to bring into classes or different topics. So what I would say is rethink, reimagine, reconstruct. The other is, I always call the issue of feminism, which is very popular in today's, in today's knowledge society and others. So then, why would I call India a feminist society? I call it a feminized civilization. One is I call Draupadi the first feminist, because I think the questions that she asked, Simone de Beauvoir is not the first feminist. I don't think feminism came from the West. And for us, feminism is balance and harmony. It is not in opposition to the male gender. We don't look at the world in binary, so your methodology has to change. Our methodology of social science construction, writing methodology should be in concentric circles, because we do not see reality in binaries. And why do I say it? I think we are the civilization that celebrated dissent. Buddha, we celebrated him. Baba Sahib Bhimrao Ambedkar, we celebrate him. So hence, who were the pativratas? Those who broke the rules, not those who followed the rules. Do all of you know the pativratas did not follow the rules? So women who were called pativratas were, and also the most powerful portfolios in Indira's cabinet was given to women. Saraswati, for knowledge and wisdom. What you have Mahalakshmi, wealth. All the men pay on the day of Deepavali in the evening. And finally, Durga, for power. So the question is, we are a feminist civilization. You celebrate Dashera. Why do we celebrate Dashera? We celebrate the triumph of feminine energy. When all the male gods failed, it was the feminine which was seen as the most powerful to destroy evil. So why don't we use this in constructing narratives? That is what I'm saying. Most of you are vice chancellors. You can ask your teachers to use this. Take the help. If I'm doubtful about resources, I can take it from the Sanskrit scholars, the Tamil scholars, and others. Maybe all of us. And hence my last request to most of you is, please don't be monolingual, and please encourage multilingualism, because this is very, very important in India today. And if we don't do it, nobody will do it. And we are also, it is important, unless if we want to become a civilization state like the Chinese, we will have to create our own original narratives. We cannot copy from the West. They do it much better than us. So finally, I thank all the three speakers for their brilliant knowledge and different perspectives. And as I would end with, the Indian civilization is known for 7 Ds: democracy, development, dissent, diversity, difference, debate, discussion, and that is extraordinarily important, and that is what signifies us. I end with Ekam Sat Vipraha Bahuda Vadanti. And this makes us different from all other knowledge systems. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Hello? Yeah. Thank you so much for this enlightening, powerful, power-packed insights. Now we would like to request Professor Venugopal Rao sir, Director ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education, to kindly come forward for felicitating our distinguished dignitary. Sir. We have sir among us. So sir would be requesting to felicitate first Professor Ganti Murthy. Thank you. Next, I would request sir to felicitate Professor Rani Savasiva Murthy. I would request sir to please felicitate Professor V. Ramanathan. I'll finally request sir to felicitate Professor Santi Sri Dhulipudi Pandit ma'am.
Gentlemen in the mix.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, on behalf of AIU, we would request Dr. Pankaj Mittal ma'am to come forward for felicitating our distinguished dignitaries. Ma'am. Hello? Okay, so.
We would also request Professor Vinay Pathak to come to stage, please.
Okay. Okay. First, ma'am will be felicitating Professor Ganti Murthy. Okay. Next, both will be felicitating Professor Rani Sadashiva Murthy. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Next, both will be felicitating Professor V. Ramanathan. Thank you, Pankaj ma'am. Thank you, Vinay sir. Thank you, Sharma sir.
On behalf of AIU and IFHE, we would like to thank the chairperson of the session, Professor Shanti Sri Dhulipudi Pandit, and to all the distinguished speakers, Professor Gandhi Murthy, Professor Rani Sadasiv Murthy, and Professor B. Ramanathan for their invaluable time and insights. Our eminent guests, please be seated for the next session, the AIU General Session and Business Session. At the beginning of that session, all the Governing Council members would take the stage. Just a moment. At the beginning of that session, all the Governing Council members would take the stage for a group photo. Request everyone to please come forward for that. Post this, we will be having a group photo of all the Vice Chancellors of the ICFAI group. We would like to remind you, all the distinguished members, that we have a cultural program today in the evening from 7 to 8 p.m., followed by a dinner, Hyderabadi cuisine in the Geo Garden. Please join us for the cultural night.
Gentlemen in the mix.
Good evening, everyone.
Respected esteemed guests, I request from all of you to settle down for our next session.
Please be seated for the last session of today's day one function.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be starting with the Association of Indian Universities General Session and Business Session. I request all of you to settle down.
The AIU Business Session is a crucial assembly for fostering collaboration and progress among member universities. It provides a platform for vice chancellors to address issues, exchange best practices, and chart a course towards collective advancement and excellence in higher education. The session encourages vice chancellors to articulate regional and national challenges, recognizing that solutions lie in the collective strength and solidarity of the AIU community. It also provides a platform to deliberate on issues related to the AIU body, its head office, and the effective discharge on its duties. The session is open to any other item with the chair's permission, ensuring timely and responsive responses to emerging issues and trends. The goal is to harness the transformative power of collective actions and solidarity, ensuring that universities remain at the forefront of knowledge creation, dissemination, and societal transformation. I would now like to welcome our chair of this session, Professor G.D. Sharma, sir, the President, Association of Indian University, our co-chair of this session, Professor Vinay Pathak, sir, Vice President, Association of Indian University, and Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Madam, Secretary General, Association of Indian University, to convene the session.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I request our guests to please settle down.
ladies and gentlemen, we are now starting with the session. I request all our esteemed guests to settle down for the AIU business session.
members of the Governing Council, all honorable Vice Chancellors from different universities. I welcome you all to this business session. I will also request that this business session is only for the Vice Chancellors of member universities of AIU. Other officials and guests may please join for tea. Tea is waiting for them. So before we take up the agenda item, I will request Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, to make the presentation.